Home, his 7th start overall. He's had a lot of success here at home, 8-4 in 18 dome starts. And what he wants to do is establish middle in, especially to right-handers, and then mix in that hard slider and then change speeds.
Hitting the outside corner with a fastball, 1 strike. Second pitch lifted to center field. Gomez coming in. 1 down. Brooklyn Ford defense for the Twins, a bit of a different lineup because they too are facing a left-handed starter in Dontrelle Willis. Span, Gomez, and Cuddyer in the outfield. In the infield, Creedy at third, Harris is at short, Matt Tolbert at second, Justin Morneau at first. Mike Redmond doing the catching. Don't fret, Joe Mauer is the designated hitter tonight. And Placido Polanco will hit. And a first pitch strike.
Well, Perkins making his 7th start, his first against the Tigers this year, his 5th career start against the Tigers.
Up and away, 1-1. Tigers had plenty of scoring opportunities last night. Strike 2 as Perkins comes hard in.
You like to see that right there. What will that umpire give you? Middle in. Polanco, a hitter that's right on top of the plate anyway.
Got him. And that's the second out of the first inning.
Well, Perkins excellent control. Only 8 walks for Perkins so far. This being his 7th start. You take a look at his numbers, 22 strikeouts, 3.73 ERA, but he started the season 1-1 in his first 3 starts with an ERA at 1.50. Then his last 3 starts 0-1 with an ERA at almost 7. So he needs to get back to where he was the first 3 starts. Good start so far here tonight.
First pitch inside to Clete Thomas. There's a chopper to short. Harris.
Oh, love these innings like this.
A quick 8-pitch, 1-2-3. Top of the first for Glenn Perkins. Against Dontrelle Willis, and they'll do it with this Menard's batting order. Denard Span leading things off. Matt Tolbert second. Joe Mauer hitting third. Justin Morneau, Michael Cuddyer, Joe Creedy, Brendan Harris, Mike Redmond, and Carlos Gomez.
And Dontrelle Willis making his first start of the year this season for the Tigers. Put on a disabled list in out of spring training with anxiety disorder, and he says he wants to find the fun of baseball. He wants it to come back. And he's looking for his first Tiger win. Last year, 0-2 in 7 starts over 8 ball games.
And a first pitch strike to Denard Span. A couple of hits last night. RBI single late in the game for Span. Inside nearly hit him 1-1.
Well, Willis at 27 years old, of course, with the Marlins from 2003 to 2007. Two-time National League All-Star with the Marlins.
2-1.
I think there's a lot of people watching tonight, Dick, that want this young man to succeed again. There's his career numbers. 68 wins, 56 losses, an ERA just under 4.
Inside 3-1. And Span, who is probably the one guy who will make Willis throw strikes, the first batter up there tonight.
And that's what the rest of the guys on the bench want to see. What kind of stuff does he have?
That gets the inside corner, and that fills the count.
You watch Willis, he's always got that little bounce. He got that little bounce after he catches that ball back from the catcher. Guy that is usually very enthusiastic out there, and that's where he wants to be again. He loves pitching. He just needs to get there mentally and physically.
And a leadoff walk. Didn't miss by much, but he missed. And the Northland Ford defense for the Tigers. Ordonez, Granderson, Thomas in the outfield. Hinge very good at third. Everett steady. Short, good word to describe Polanco as well. Cabrera at first. Sardina behind the plate. And Everett back in the Metrodome, where he will tell you he didn't play nearly as much as he would have liked last year.
Yeah, injuries really hurt him as a Minnesota Twin. Quick throw over, and Cabrera able to knock it down.
I would imagine it's these situations that are really going to test the mettle, the focus of Willis and his ability to throw strikes. You've got a runner on base, a guy who is fast, and it's one thing from the windup, nobody's on base, and it just would seem for someone who's had a mental block in throwing strikes, if you want to call it that things are really going to get tougher for him with men on base.
Well, I mean, this is opening day for him. You know, this is his first start, so he's going to be excited. Quick throw.
That ball rolls away from Span, and he'll advance to second base.
Yeah, Cabrera couldn't knock it down right there. The first throw over was low that Cabrera was able to knock down right there. What Willis does is just step off very quickly and then kind of short arm it over there. That short arm, short hop Cabrera.
Yeah, and it is called an error on Cabrera. You can see Willis patting his chest, my fault, but that ball should have been caught by the first baseman. Up and away, and it's 2-0. And might see a lot of this. Sardina coming to the mound to talk to Willis.
Well, Tolbert showing bunt right there, maybe bunting the ball toward first base. The goal here is to get Span over to third.
Willis, when things were going great with him, 22 wins, very animated on the mound. That much we've seen already in the early going. He's talking to his infielders. That's a bunt and a roll foul. 2-1. When he was in his heyday, I thought that Dontrelle Willis was maybe a pitching version of Kirby Puckett. With the enthusiasm, it was hard. Well, I mean, he's out there on the mound, and let's be frank, he's pitching for his career here tonight, and he's still smiling and very animated and just a wonderful personality.
Oh, he is, you know, and that's what he wants to do. He wants to find the fun again, and how you find the fun is be consistent on the mound. He's had a tough time doing that.
Willis will make the play and get Tolbert by a step, and on the play Span moves to third base.
Oh, good bunt right there. Sacrifice bunt for Tolbert, doing his job, and that's getting Span over to third, and that gives Joe Mauer an opportunity to pick up an RBI.
Tolbert in this part of the game laying down bunts and even a bunt hit. He's been flawless. Every time he's been asked to do what he was asked to do here, he's executed it perfectly. And all Mauer can do is get a hit every other time up.
Well, the Tigers bringing the infield in already.
Mauer hit one home run last night, nearly hit two. Down and away, ball one. And again with Mauer, you get a hitter that has a very discerning eye at the plate. Willis, to get him out, is going to have to throw strikes. Swing and a miss. 1-1.
Good fastball right there. You saw him shake off a couple times. Maybe Sardino wanting to go to a breaking ball, but Dontrelle Willis says, no, I want to challenge him right here. You see all the jumping around he does and all the movement. That's just to keep himself motivated into the ball game.
Outside corner, 1-2.
He used to do a lot of this. His oil can Boyd was the same way. Kind of was walking around the mound, very animated. Willis came up with the Marlins in 2003, was the National League Rookie of the Year that year when he went 14-6. Marlins won the World Series.
1-2 to Mauer. Missing inside. Clocked on your screen at 94 miles per hour.
Well, he kind of tapped his chest right there. My fault, because Sardino was sitting away and the ball down and in, and he kind of apologized that, hey, I meant that ball to get that ball away. It was down and in. My fault. That's almost something like Mark the Bird Fidrich would do too.
2-2. Mauer flips it foul.
You know, we don't see that too often, Dick, you know, where I mentioned Mark the Bird Fidrich, I meant Oil Can Boyd. You're talking, you know, 20, 30 years of characters like this that come to the ballpark with that personality. And the thing about Dontrelle Willis being African-American is that so many African-Americans look up to him and what he's meant to not only the game of baseball, but his being a great person.
2-2 to Mauer. And another foul. And Morneau will hope for a chance as the Twins hope to build an inning here. A threat with a runner at third, and not a base hit yet. Another 2-2 coming to the Twins' designated hitter. Grounded hit right at the shortstop. Everett comes home and Span is retired. Contact play was on and Mauer hit it right at Everett for out number 2.
Well, that bringing the infield in, of course, that cuts down that throw that Everett has to make. Joe hitting it sharply, but right at Everett. Quick throw home. Sardina does a good job of blocking the plate, where Span cannot get to the plate. And the second out is recorded at home.
And that'll bring up Morneau. Twins saw Willis for 1 inning's worth of action last year. He was pitching out of the bullpen at that time. He was trying to come back from what looked to be a devastating knee injury. And Morneau takes a fastball for strike 1.
Yeah, that's the only relief appearance he has made at the major league level, and that came last year on May 23rd. He pitched a shutout 7th inning, and then he started the 8th, and Mike Lamb hit a triple. They took him out. Lamb scored, and that's the only run he has ever allowed the Twins.
Hit the dirt, came up and got Morneau up around the shoulders, and it's 1-1.
I remember back in 2007 in interleague play, we were going to play the Marlins, and we played the Marlins, and he was scheduled to start game 3, and ended up missing that turn. That would have been an opportunity for the Twins to see him then. He had missed that turn with a sore elbow.
1-1 to Morneau. That's hit very hard to center field. Gone, a home run. more first inning offense for the Twins.
And home run number 9 on the year for Justin. He got a fastball and did not miss it, hitting it straight away center. 408 feet here at the Metrodome. Anderson goes back, but just runs out of room.
That might have gone out at Comerica Park in center field, maybe even at Tiger Stadium. Morneau with a rocket, and that'll bring up Michael Kadire. Ball 1 to Kadire. Two and 0. Morneau driving in runs 27 and 28. And giving Glenn Perkins some early run support. At the knees, 2 and 1. The Tigers acquired Willis in the big trade that also got them Miguel Cabrera, and they signed both players to a big contract before they ever put on a Tiger uniform. That's pounded up the line. Inge throws on the run to get Kadire, but the Twins get a leadoff walk from Denard Span. Eventually Morneau hits a home run with a man aboard, and the Twins jump out in front. Well, the guy on the left has hit a lot of home runs already this year. The guy on the right just pitched his first inning this year, and he got through it.
Yes, he did.
2-0 Twins, and now Perkins will face the middle of the Tiger lineup: Cabrera, Ordonez, and Alarish. Twins won the ball game last night, even though Cabrera kept coming up with men on base. Outside, 2-0.
Yeah, this is the way you want to face this guy with nobody on.
2-1, 4 plate appearances, 6 men were on base and none scored. But you are tempting fate if you keep bringing this guy up with men on base. Very high, 3-1.
Well, Cabrera 4 for 10 lifetime against Glenn Perkins with a home run.
Cabrera and Redmond and home plate umpire Paul Schreiber. With a little chat. Sharply hit, but right at Tolbert. Cabrera retired, 1 down. It's click it or ticket time. Text us a question or comment to short code 234-234, and we'll answer it during the game or in our Quest Twins Live postgame show. Brought to you by the Minnesota Department of Public Safety, reminding you to buckle up. Here's Ordonez.
Oh, watch out.
Perkins knocks it down. Tolbert recovers and throws him out. Perkins got a piece of it, and Tolbert from short center field threw him out.
Yeah, this is a rocket right at Perkins. We're going to find out. He's looking at his glove. Thank goodness. Look at this ball right here, right back at him. He gets a piece of it. Heck of a way to get an assist.
And again, this bullseye complex that he's had bats hit him, he's had balls hit him, and a rocket up the middle. Somehow missed his midsection, and he got it with the thumb of his glove. 5 up, 5 down, and here's Larish. And a first pitch strike. That's just the 15th pitch for Perkins tonight, and he's already gotten 5 outs.
I'll tell you what, I've been out there before, and those line drives come back at you. If you're sleeping, it wakes you up. It wakes you up.
Cue ball to Creedy. Wow. 16 pitches, 6 up, 6 down, and a 2-0 lead for Glenn Perkins.
Gives the Twins a 2-0 lead. Welcome back. I'm Robbie Mikowski as we head to the bottom of the second inning. And the Twins tonight are facing Dontrelle Willis, who had an outstanding start to his career. He was the National League Rookie of the Year in 2003, also a World Series champion with the Florida Marlins, made 2 All-Star teams, was the runner-up for the Cy Young Award in 2005, but since then it's gone downhill. In December of 2007, financially his life is made with $29 million over 3 years. But last year was a forgetful one, 0-2 with an ERA of 9.38, and he only threw 24 innings the entire season. Bert Blyleven, this is a guy I think we're all pulling for to turn his career around. But mentally, what does it do to you when you have a year like Dontrelle Willis had last year?
Thank you, Robbie. Yeah, I mean, it's frustrating, and I think that's why he's kind of gone through. I talked to a pitching coach, Rick Knapp, about that. You know, it becomes more of a mental thing. Some guys can handle the frustrations of having an off year, and he went through a lot of knee problems last year, and put him on a disabled list. And then there's other guys that, you know, let it really affect him, and I think it really affected Dontrelle Willis. He expects to go out and perform to the capabilities of what he's able to do, win 22 ball games 1 year, and you know, he just had a tough time dealing with it.
To give you some idea how good he was. Now 22 wins will tell you he was good, but the issues that have arisen lately were nowhere to be found in 2005. He walked 55 guys in 236 innings. I mean, that's Kevin Slowey like. And then all of a sudden, over the course of a few years, the control issues arose to the point where last year he issued 35 walks in 24 innings.
You know, Dick, sometimes we talk about Ichiro and Ichiro's hitting. You know, how do you teach that type of hitting? You don't. Look at his windup. I mean, with that high leg kick.
To short center, and that'll die in front of center fielder Granderson for a leadoff hit.
Ron Coomer, I know you're down in the camera well right now. Pretty good at bat so far for the Twins against Dontrelle Willis.
Well, they have had, Bert. And to me, in watching Dontrelle warming up, and now Twins hitters are going to have to be patient at home plate and see if he's going to have control. I watched him warm up, and his windup was different just about every pitch. He'd pick up the target early sometimes, and then he wouldn't the next pitch. So to me, that's a mechanical thing. I watch him from the side right now. Some pitches he's cutting loose, other pitches he's not. Twins hitters are going to have to be very patient tonight here in the first couple of bats.
Brendan Harris takes up high with a fastball, ball one. Harris has at least seen Willis a little bit. They had the rivalry interleague matchup between the Rays and the Marlins, and Harris is 0 for 6 with 3 strikeouts against him, but at least he's seen him before. Down low, 2-0. I'm saying before that the Tigers made a big commitment to Willis and then just didn't get anything from him. He has not won a game as a Tiger.
His last win coming back in September of 2007.
And that one finds a hole on the left side. So Willis, who gave up the big home run to Morneau, now can't buy any luck here in this second inning. Creedy with a soft liner for a hit and a seeing eye single for Harris.
Well, Dickey's falling behind an account, fastball situations, and Harris got a fastball.
Series with the Tigers wraps up tomorrow. It's a center field sports bar meal or no meal Thursday. Get a free Dome Dog and soft drink with a ticket purchase in the home run porch, or you can opt for $5 off a lower reserve ticket. Come see the Twins and Tigers tomorrow by calling 833-TWINS or visit twinsbaseball.com. We'll see where Mike Redmond tries to bunt this ball, or if he does at all, with Gomez hitting behind him.
Well, nobody knows Dontrelle Willis better than Mike Redmond. They were teammates together in Florida.
Takes a strike.
Redmond not asked to bunt too many times. The last sacrifice bunt he put down was back in 2006.
And he swings away and lifts it foul. 2 strikes. Redmond putting it succinctly in anticipation of his matchup against Willis, saying, I don't have a World Series ring on my finger without Dontrelle Willis.
Yeah, Red, part of the Florida Marlins when Dontrelle was there in 2003 and 2004.
Two strikes to Redmond, and he pulls it foul. Well, there are numbers that will be analyzed over and over again after Willis's start tonight. Not just the score, the hits, but right now 35 pitches and 21 strikes. And another foul. Do you ever have somebody who you pitched with or against that had control, and then over the course of time simply lost control?
We talked about before in the early 70s. It was Joe Decker. Joe Decker pitched for the Twins, I believe, 1974. He won 16 ball games. Went to spring training in 75 and had a tough time throwing the ball in the batting cage during batting practice. He just lost it.
Just off the inside corner, 1-2.
You know, Steve Blass was that way with the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Wells doing a little moonwalk off the mound after he didn't get the called third strike. And home plate umpire Paul Schreiber getting an earful. And now 2-2. Redmond battling his former battery mate. You know, if you're a second baseman and you have a hard time throwing the ball on target like Steve Sachs, Chuck Knobloch, they can find another spot on the field for him. If you're a pitcher and you can't throw the ball where you want.
That's why they have the minor leagues.
Well, and he went that route, although I think a lot of people are surprised that he is here as quickly as he is, rather than maybe spending more time down there.
Well, you know, his last start, that game, 7 days ago in Pawtucket, he worked 7 2/3 innings, threw 118 pitches. Walked 4, struck out 4 in that AAA outing.
This is his 40th pitch tonight, and as of right now, he's retired just 2 batters. Or 3 batters, I should say. 2-2 to Redmond. Up the middle, caught by Willis. And out at second base. They get a double play on Redmond's liner back to the mound.
Well, Redmond hitting it sharply, almost the way that Ordonez did. And this time Willis able to snare this ball. Sticks his glove down and then flips it over to Everett. And Everett tagging the bag before Creedy could get back to the bag for a double play.
And now here's Carlos Gomez getting the start in center field. Taking low, ball 1. Gomez hasn't been starting much. He has entered the game defensively, and of course within that gets a chance to make a plate appearance or 2, and worked a walk last night. Stole second, scored on a Denard Span single. Fouled back as Gomez swings from his heels. Gardenhire would simply like productive plate appearances like the one Gomez provided last night.
Wouldn't it be fun to go out to lunch with Gomez and Willis? You think they'd ever sit still?
Sharply hit. Inge will go the short way, and Willis slaps his glove after giving up a pair of singles. He pitches a scoreless second inning. Mm-hmm. A beautiful Minnesota moment brought to you by Explore Minnesota. Visit exploreminnesota.com and plan your next Minnesota vacation today. You're viewing a quiet evening setting on Moose Lake near Ely, Minnesota. We were kind of joking a week or so ago about one of the lakes up there, Disappointment Lake. Well, it's right up there by Moose Lake. This one hit up the middle, and Inge gets the first base hit for the Tigers. First base runner aboard, leading off the third. So the leadoff man is on here in the third. I'll have you know, by the way, I was out in the boat fishing with the leftover night crawlers yesterday. And I purposely went out during the noon hour without any food in the boat, having seen you eat night crawlers, just to see if there was any primal urge within me to snack away.
And?
No, never came close. There's a fly to right. Kadir toward the line, makes the catch, and everything seems to be happening early in the at-bats here. Perkins has just thrown a couple of pitches here in this inning through 2 at-bats. Even when the game isn't on, you can still see all the plays and at-bats that matter most during Twins squeeze play. A 30-minute condensed version of select non-televised Twins games. And we've got one of those coming up tomorrow at 7, only on Fox Sports North. 1 down, 1 on, and here is Sardina.
So did you catch anything?
No, I didn't. I didn't expect to. I just wanted to go out and drop a line for a couple hours. Very relaxing. Which is usually what people say when they get skunked, right?
Yeah.
Did you have a good fishing trip? Yes, it was very relaxing. Did you catch anything? No, it was very relaxing. Actually, it was too relaxing. I would have liked a little activity, a little chaos in the boat. 1 strike to Sardina. 1-1.
Well, good pitch right there by Perkins, middle in. It's a big part of his game.
Matt Trainer was going to be the backup catcher, but he went on the disabled list. So Sardina getting a chance to back up Gerald Laird, who's struggling at the plate. Now, we know last year Nick Blackburn had a great year in getting double play ground balls, but this year Perkins is doing a great job. He's already gotten 5 ground ball double plays this year. A line drive, and the throw hitting Inge. So a rocket to Harris for out number 2.
Well, Sardina hitting it sharply, but right at Harris.
So 2 down, Inge still at first, and that'll bring up Granderson. Granderson with a fly ball to center in the second pitch of the game from Glenn Perkins. Strike on the outside corner. Now, the Tigers as of late have really struggled offensively, and Jim Leyland was bemoaning that fact after the game last night. The game plan here tonight appears to be, look, let's put the ball in play early. Let's get the first good pitch we see and take a hack at it. And Granderson slaps a base hit to left. I mean, I don't know, other than Polanco's strikeout, I don't know that there's been an at-bat that has gone deeper than 2 pitches.
Well, it's funny, you know, the Twins, we admire them the way that they've been playing, especially over the last 4 ball games, where they've hit the home run, they've worked the count into their favor. And here Jim Leyland saying, you know what, maybe we're taking too many pitches. Be more aggressive. Let's go. Swing the bat. Again, you go through cycles. Michael Kadir talking to Robbie about, you know, why are the Twins all of a sudden hitting home runs? He said, I don't know. That's the game of baseball. See the ball, hit the ball. But do not lose your aggressiveness.
Polanco on the first pitch. It's a roller to Harris. Inning over. Couple of hits, couple of men left on. Perkins has pitched 3 shutout innings with just 24 pitches.
zone, exactly what Perkins has been doing so far.
The Twins gave Perkins a couple of first inning runs on a Morneau home run. Span led off the ball game for the Twins with a walk against Willis, and he'll lead off the third. He'll be followed by Tolbert and Mauer. Strike on the outside corner. Willis issuing just the one walk, and that's an encouraging sign for the Tigers. 2 strikes. When Jim Leland was asked about his expectations for Willis, he said simply, to win. We don't have any more or less expectations of Willis than we would anybody else we'd run out there.
Right. You know what? And the more mound time he gets, the more confident he's going to get as far as being able to make some good quality pitches. You know, the thing is, last year I told you it wasn't his arm that put him on a disabled list. It was that hyperextended right knee that put him on a disabled list. It wasn't his arm that put him on a disabled list out of spring training. It was the anxiety disorder. So his arm is sound. Now it's the mind that they're really trying to work with now, and that's something that he has to deal with and try to fight through.
1-2. And Span takes a pitch low, 2-2. Now, Willis set the bar very high with his great year in 2005. 22 wins, an ERA of about 2.5, 236 innings. All the numbers very good. But in reality, every year since then has been worse than the year before.
Yeah, but he's still able to pitch 200 innings, Dick. You know, even a couple years ago. Ball hit foul. I mean, in 2007, 205 innings. There aren't that many guys around that can say, okay, go into the season, he's going to give me 200 innings. At least he did that. Now, you know, his record wasn't the best. It's kind of what do you give me in those 200 innings? But his arm is sound.
Everett, nice fielding play, and he throws Span out, 1 down. So Willis retires Span after a long at bat. Tolbert coming to the plate. Ron Coomer, the Twins hitters so far have drawn just walk, but they've taken him pretty deep into the counts.
Well, they have taken him deep into counts, and we knew everybody was going to be taking pitches and trying to see what they're going to get from Dontrelle. I'm watching him throw the baseball, and it's looked like to me he's really cut down his windup. He's really not let pitches go. I think he's really cut loose 3 or 4. The Twins hitters right now, you know, you kind of eliminate his windup and just pick out the release points when a guy has a windup kind of like Willis's, like Fernando, or some of the guys that, you know, have had a little bit of a different windup. Just pick out release point and then look for baseball and know what you're going to hit.
Tolbert drives it to right center field. Ordonez won't catch it. Hard off the wall. Tolbert has 2, and he's in with a stand-up double.
Guys, I'm watching Willis throw. And the first at bat to Denard Span, it looked like he was just flipping the ball in there, right there to Tolbert. He doesn't look like he's really bearing down and trying to let one rip at all.
Well, you know what, Ron, I remember seeing him on, you know, the highlight reels and all like that, and you're right. I mean, he exploded toward home plate, but I think what they're trying to do is cut him down a little bit as far as calm his windup down. But to me, let it fly. I mean, you're out there. You're so deceptive because you're throwing arms and legs and everything at him. But if you forget to let it go at the end, and that's the work part of pitching, you're going to leave pitches up in the strike zone like you did right there. You got to let it fly.
Mauer at the plate, and he takes a strike. Mauer hit a sharp ground ball right at Everett. Span was at third, and the Twins had the contact play on. Span was thrown out at home, so Mauer reached in a fielder's choice, and then a couple pitches later, Morneau hit his home run.
You know, well, let's put it in a hitter's view for you, Ron Coomer. It's like if you just kind of go after the ball rather than explode at the ball. I mean, that's the difference between a pitcher that leaves a lot of pitches up in the strike zone compared to ones that work down. It's that little bit of work at the end, just like a hitter utilizes his wrist to really hit that ball solid somewhere.
Well, there's a game speed, and then there's like a speed or an aggressiveness you'd use hitting off the tee. Your game aggressiveness is much more, and I'm looking at Dontrelle, and it doesn't look like he's got much drive off the mound.
Mauer slices one to center, a base hit. Tolbert flying around third. Granderson's thrown out in time, and Mauer drives in the third run of the game. Hit the ball sharply in the first when he was reaching on a fielder's choice, and now an RBI single.
Oh, that inside-out swing right there. Mauer picking up his 13th RBI. Tolbert, no chance. He scores the third run of the ball game for the Twins. And Rick Knapp, the pitching coach, out to talk to Dontrelle Willis. Our quick trip to the mound. Now, let's take a look if we get a chance. The guys in the truck did a great job. This is in Florida when Dontrelle Willis. You see how high the leg kick is. It's almost to his right shoulder. And then the release point, the work out front. That's where you work, right there. That is the work part of pitching. That's what I always thought. And right now, I don't think that high leg kick is out of the windup as high. He's trying to be more under control, but he's maybe lost some of the aggressiveness that made him Dontrelle Willis.
Morneau with the chopper off the glove of Cabrera. He finds it, but not in time. Polanco recovered. Cabrera went back to the bag, and Morneau reaches.
Oh, see how they rule this right here. Justin, give him a base hit off his glove. Cabrera doesn't know whether to go after the ball or to go to the bag. And Justin sees this. He's hustling down the line. Cabrera does go back to the bag.
They might have gotten him, but the play was so messed up. The Twins get the call, and now here's Michael Cuddyer. Runners at first and second. 3 straight hits, starting with Tolbert's double. Cuddyer with a bouncer to third, his first time up. You can understand, at least I think you could, if you're the Tigers and you're trying to get some return on your investment and you want to tone things down just to get this guy to throw it over the plate. I mean, if that's what they've done, gets a building block here, something to build from. Fastball in there for a strike.
See, he missed a lot of spring training. Rick Knapp has not worked with him a lot. And that's one thing I talked to Rick Knapp about. He said, you know, I really haven't seen him pitch a lot. So he's watching. He's trying to see if he can do something maybe to keep him aggressive.
Down and in, 2-1. Cuddyer in a hitter's count here. Twins already lead 3-0. A chance to break the game open a bit.
And if you don't know, Rick Knapp in his first season as pitching coach of the Tigers.
2-2.
There's Rick Knapp.
Jim Leyland realizing he had a bunch of power arms in his organization and wanted a pitching coach to help harness the control. And so he hired Rick Knapp out of the Twins minor league system. 2-2 to Cuddyer. Twins with 6 hits and a walk in the 13 plate appearances so far. foul back. Greedy on deck.
Guys, this is the first at-bat that I've seen that Dontrell has thrown. It actually looks like he got a little ticked off. And now finally that last fastball 93, the one before that 92, and he snapped off a breaking ball. I think finally, Bert, to your point, he's saying, you know what, heck with this. I'm just going to cut her loose and take my chances.
And that's where he needs to get and be if he can get there again.
Chopper to short, and Everett starts a double play. Twins get one. Tolbert with a one-out double. He comes around to score, and it's 3-0. Nissan game reset, and the Twins jumping out early thanks to a Morneau home run.
Yeah, his 9th of the year, a 2-run home run in the first inning. Joe Mauer picking up an RBI single, scoring Tolbert, and Perkins only 24 pitches in the first 3 innings.
Clete Thomas on the first pitch bounces it to Tolbert. 25 pitches, and Perkins already has 10 outs. If you missed it in the pregame, battle lines were drawn between Bert and Tigers analyst Rod Allen.
I have to go the starter only because if a starter does his job, you don't need a closer. Just call complete games once in a while. Yeah,
that's back when you pitched.
But they can bring that game back right now.
You're going to have to do this again. I'm going to have to get between you two guys. Be ready to come to blows.
He only beat me last night because his wife knows how to get on Facebook. I guess she can vote up to 10 times, and then Gail and we have no idea how to get to Facebook.
You can go to Facebook.com, search for FSN North, and watch the entire debate. Text Bert to short code 234-234. I mean, I looked at the percentages, and I thought because this whole debate thing, and Facebook is for both markets, and I thought you'd said something bad about American-made automobiles or something like that. The way as lopsided as the thing was.
Today or yesterday?
Today. It was when I looked up at the screen. It was 60-40 Rod.
It's probably Rod's wife. 60-40. It means 10 people. Or 6 went for Rod. 4 went for me.
Okay. 3-1 to Cabrera, who comes up again with the bases empty. And now 3-2. Now they're telling me that they had over 4,500 people who voted.
Wow, that's great.
Did we have a clear-cut winner?
Yesterday?
And it was Rod. There's a walk. That's great. Rod wins, and we still don't have a U.S. Senator in Minnesota because we can't get this thing sorted out. Aflac trivia question.
Aflac!
For the 5 players with a 100 RBI in each of the last 5 seasons. Andy Van Slyke is not one of them. Strike 1.
Well, Albert Pujols, you would think. You would think that guy at first base.
I don't think Ortiz made it there last year with his injury issues. Tigers want to get this guy going. Jim Leland saying, matter-of-factly, if we're going to win, we need Ordonez hitting third. The problem is he hasn't hit like a third-place hitter yet.
How about Manny Ramirez? May not get it this year.
I don't think he'll get there this year. 1-1 to Ordonez. And now 2-1. So now, starting with the Cabrera at bat, and now Ordonez, they're taking some pitches and trying to get into some favorable counts. To right center field. Kadir to the gap, making the catch. On the subject of complete game, did you see the note the other day that the Oakland A's have now gone more than 100 games without a complete game?
That doesn't surprise me.
Now, when
they traded everybody away that could go a complete game. Joe Blanton, Harden,
right.
Dan Herron.
I mean, the hair must be standing. The hair must be standing on the back of Rick Langford's neck. Because remember, he was in what year was it? 83, I want to say, maybe 84. He completed 29 straight starts.
That's when Billy Martin was a manager.
I mean, now somebody pitches a complete game and they get bold print in the sports section the next day. He did it 29 straight times. You can see him out here when he comes to the ballpark. His knuckles are dragging on the ground.
No. He just went to work from 8 to 5.
He was a lunch bucket pitcher, right?
Right. He didn't get off at 1 o'clock.
And now Larish with a 3-0 count. Well, that seems like a big number to me, but then you realize a couple years ago when Johan Santana was here and he won a Cy Young Award, Twins did not have one 9-inning complete game the whole year. They had an 8-inning loss. So now Larish walks, and Perkins has issued a couple of walks, and that'll bring Inge to the plate representing the tying run.
Yeah, Perkins has really had pretty good control this year. Only 8 walks coming into this ball game in his first 6 starts.
Well, we'll see what Inge does here. There just seems to be a different approach here in the middle of this second time through the batting order. Cabrera, Ordonez, and Larish all taking pitches when everybody else prior to that seemed to be in a hurry. Inge singled. He has the only Tiger hit, one of 2 Tiger hits so far, and that'll get Redmond out toward the mound. And Rick Anderson coming out as well.
Well, 8 pitches for Perkins in the first inning, 8 in the second. Then he needed 8 more in the third. And right now 16 here in the fourth. I almost see by the gestures of Rick Anderson, just work out front.
Ron Comer down by the Twins dugout. What have you noticed from the Twins lefty so far?
Well, I think a couple pitches before Rick went out to the mound, Perk threw a couple good pitches. The hitter before on the inside corner didn't get the call, and Red went out there just to kind of calm him down, to tell him keep pounding that ball in there. I think they're a little frustrated he's not getting that call on the inside corner.
He gets that called, 1-1. in second on the team in home runs. He's a dangerous hitter. Comes up here with 2 men on base. Inside 2-1.
I'll take a look at this last pitch right here. That's inside. You can't expect to get that one.
And now 3-1 with Adam Everett hitting next. Three and one to Brandon Inge. Swing and a foul. 3-2. So 2 gone, full count, and the runners will take off early here in the 4th. Down the line, but hooking foul. This afternoon, Cliff Lee outpitched Mark Burley. The Indians beat the White Sox 4-0.
Yeah, first time Burley lost this year. And Lee finally won a ball game. It's that second win of the year.
Had to pitch a shutout to do it.
Yeah, well, he wasn't getting any runs, so he figured, you know what, if I pitch a shutout, maybe I'll tie. So Cleveland ended up scoring 4 runs.
Well, the White Sox a full game behind the Twins now, and the Twins hope to pick up another game on Detroit and Kansas City tonight. 3-2. Runners go. 3 walks now in the 4th inning.
Well, he tried a change up right there, and Inge stayed off of it for his 3rd walk of the inning.
Well, now Adam Everett to the plate. Everett not known for his power. He has 1 home run, and it was a grand slam home run. His 2nd career grand slam earlier this year. Everett with a fly to right, his first time up. There is strike 1.
That's a good fastball right there. He worked out front on that one, kept it down in the strike zone.
High hopper over the mound. Tolbert with a great knockdown. He's going to throw home, and Redmond can't field the throw. A great stop by Tolbert, but 2 runs will score, and it's a 3-2 ball game. Redmond couldn't field the 1-hop throw cleanly, and it's a 2-run infield single for Adam Everett.
I'll tell you what, great effort right here by Tolbert. Watch Tolbert go and knock that ball down. Now the runner at second, he just keeps going. The ball shorts hops Red right there. He can't get it. And it was Larish who came in and scored.
So it's a 1-run game. And Sardina lined out to the shortstop Harris his first time up. So uncharacteristic control issues for Perkins. We talked about the control of Dontrell Willis, and it's Perkins who's run into control issues here, and it's cost him a couple of runs. They give an error to Redmond on the play. That's a pretty tough error.
Yeah, very tough.
Down low, 1-1.
Yeah, that cannot be an error, even though Red is going to get it. That is a very tough play for a catcher. You know the runner's coming. You're trying to get that short hop.
One thing we saw Redmond strip the mask off. He didn't have to look through the bars to try to find the first hop.
It was a great effort by Tolbert.
1-1 to Sardina. And out of play. The trouble started with Cabrera's walk. Larish walk, Inge walk, and then Everett just hit a high hopper over the mound. And just like that, it's a 1-run game. And Perkins' pitch count all the way up to 50. Half swing, strike 3 in the inning end. Just 1 infield hit, but it came after 3 walks, and the Tigers get back in the game. online backup service with Quest high-speed internet. By Grand Casino Mille Lacs and Grand Casino Hinckley. Expect grand. And by Chrysler. From power and efficiency to innovation and style, it's the way our vehicles come together that sets us apart. Chrysler. Control issues for Glenn Perkins, all of them in one inning, and the Tigers get a couple of runs. And Joe Creedy leading things off here in the fourth. That's our key stat. Joe Creedy has done well against the Twins, but not in their home ballpark. This one squirted behind first, and Cabrera makes a fair ball catch, one away. One down, and that'll bring up Brendan Harris. Talking with Twins hitting coach Joe Vavra about the background here, and he said from time to time some of the hitters, and Creedy's been one of them, who says he doesn't see the ball particularly well, will talk about the uneven blue coloring out there in the batter's eye, the folded up seats, where some is really dark blue, some is lighter blue, and he said that sometimes hitters complain that they can't pick up the spin of the ball.
Well, wait a minute. If I'm the hitting coach and my hitters say that, I go out there and I paint them.
Well, and actually,
don't you think Joe should do that?
Joe Vavra said last year he had explored and I think had actually made some progress in getting a solid batter's eye. Well, the A's are trying to get out of there. Another new ballpark.
I don't blame them. They don't draw there. It's not the ballpark. It's the fans.
Redmond drives it to left center field. And down for a hit. Harris running for third. And he is safe. What a great slide by Brendan Harris. Redmond hit a line drive for a double play in the second, and here he drove one hard to left center field.
And even better base running, very aggressive. As he rounded second base, he saw that Thomas had to play that ball a little bit off to his left. And the throw, he looked where that throw went, and he saw that Inge had to go on toward the infield side. So he goes to the outside part of the bag, grabs it, and holds on tightly.
Bert, that's a great call and a great play by Brendan. He made up his mind he was going to third base from his first step after his secondary lead. If he doesn't make up his mind immediately, he's out at third base.
Yep.
Great job by Brendan Harris.
It sure was. Good base running.
Here's Gomez, first and third, one out. He drives it to right field. Ordonez with the catch. Harris coming in. And he'll score, and the Twins come back and answer with at least one in the bottom of the fourth.
Well, Brendan Harris right there. Gomez ought to give him a high five because he got him an RBI, his second of the year. With Harris's hustle right there. And the Twins get one of the two runs that they gave back to the Tigers in the top of the inning. And that's what you want to do. You give up a couple runs, come right back and at least get one. And the hustle of Brendan Harris right there got that one.
Great instincts by Brendan, knowing that Red hits the ball the other way so much. As soon as he hit that ball to left center, you know there's going to be nobody over there. Just a great job of instant reaction by Harris. You can't teach those instincts. That's one thing about this game. Base running's a tough thing to teach, instinct.
Bernard Span, the hitter, with Redmond at first and 2 down. First 2 times through the batting order, the Twins have 8 hits, a walk, and 2 sacrifices, a bunt and a sacrifice fly. th pitch of the night for Dontrell Willis. One and one. Probably from the slide into third base. Two and one. Span with a walk in the first and then a bouncer to short in the third. Zach Miner, who went to the bullpen to make room for Dontrell Willis, is warming up perhaps to replace him. Two and two. A lot of hits allowed by Willis, but his leadoff walk to Span is the only walk he's allowed tonight. 72 pitches, 46 strikes. He's approaching the 2 strike to ball, 1 ball ratio you like to talk about.
Yeah, he's always a strikeout pitcher with the Marlins. He averaged 7 or 8 strikeouts per 9 innings, but so far no strikeouts in the ball game. Unable to find that pitch to put a hitter away.
2 and 2 here to Span. That's a close pitch, and
sure
Span
is.
can just, he has the ability to take a close pitch and fill the count. Tolbert on deck. And do that as well. (14 walks, 16 strikeouts for Span, and 38 hits. And a foul. Twins have had at least 2 base runners in every inning. In the third inning, they got 3 straight hits and scored a run. Redmond goes, and Span lifts it harmlessly to left. Thomas makes the catch. The Twins scored 2 in the first, 1 in the third, and 1 more in the fourth. 4-2, they lead it. We'll hear from Kevin Slowey when we come back.
Twins have a 4-2 lead here in the middle of the, as we head to the top of the 5th inning. I'm Robbie Mikowski. I'm here with Dan, and Dan is celebrating his mom and Ryan and Jacob's grandmom's 63rd birthday tonight in the Minnesota State Lottery Winners Circle. And Dan, for that, here are 5 $20 Minnesota Twins lottery scratch-off tickets. $100 total. They're for you. Congratulations. And you have been circled by Bert. Now, a couple things with this sign, Bert, real quick. They ran out of ink here, but on the left sleeve of the shirt, it says, "Eat more worms." Good job. There it is. Eat more worms. There you go, Bert. Some advice from some young guys. Make sure you take it, okay?
2-0 to Curtis Granderson. Thank you, Robbie. Granderson, Polanco, and Thomas facing Perkins, who had a bout of wildness in the 4th.
Well, he needs to get refocused right here. Yeah, I mean, he used only 24 pitches to get 9 outs in the first 3 innings, and then he used 28 in the 4th. Now you have to get back, refocus, get back to attacking the strike zone the way he did in the first 3. Just like that. Good pitch.
3-1. Granderson singled in the 3rd. And a walk puts Granderson aboard. 4 walks issued by Glenn Perkins here in the last 7 batters. Kevin Slowey joining us down by the Twins dugout. And as a fellow pitcher, Kevin, you noticed anything about Glenn Perkins that he's doing differently here in the middle innings?
No, not really. I think after that at bat to Cabrera, I think maybe he started thinking a little bit about the strike zone because he made a couple good pitches in that were called balls that, I think when you're around the plate that much, you hope one of those would be called a strike. But, I think he just makes one good pitch here and he'll get out of the inning.
Yeah, the 4 walks a career high in a ball game for Glenn Perkins, so he's not usually that type of pitcher, usually excellent control like yourself, Kevin, and congratulations last night on your 5th victory of the year.
Thank you very much.
1 strike to Polanco.
I got to ask you something, and you threw 98 pitches last night, Kevin. Could you have gone one more?
Could I have?
Yeah.
Sure, I think I could have. There have been outings already this year where I've gone 100 plus, especially in Cleveland, and felt like I was throwing well. I think having a long half inning prior to me going back out there in the 7th was really what gave our coaches pause. And when it comes down to a decision like that, they're the boss around here. So they told me I was done, so I was done.
Now, see, I'm from the old school. Okay, I'm going to say, let me ask you something. Up in the right field, and you can look up there, right up where Kent Herbeck is that. Says Perkins, 26 balls, 33 strikes, 59 pitches. You see it?
I do.
Do you see that during a ball game?
I think you do, but you really don't look at it. I think the only times you're going to be looking up there is if you forget what the count is, and
right.
For the most part, you kind of have a handle on that. So I guess occasionally you look up there, but really for the most part, and I would imagine you were the same way. When you're out there on the mound, it's you and the catcher, and that's really it.
Right. I just wonder sometimes when you come in and you're between innings and you look up there and they leave it up there and you go, oh, I'm at 85 pitches. I may only have one more inning left.
I think more than that, there are times where you're in there and you're, you look up and you maybe say something like, I'm at 80 pitches after 5 innings. Let's try to make this next one a quick inning. But, you really try to stay away from thinking to yourself, I may only have 1 inning left, or, our parents being here, he takes care of us more than just on and off the field.
Oh, a wild pitch by Perkins, and here he'd done such a good job getting Polanco to be retired without advancing the runner, and then the wild pitch sends Granderson to third anyway.
Let's take a look at a pitch right here. It just short hops Redmond, and he kind of tried to backhand it rather than turn the glove around and keep it in front of him. So, yeah, pitcher gets charged for a wild pitch, but Redmond should have tried to get in front of that ball.
Thomas swings and fouls. It's 1-1.
What makes a good pitching coach, Kevin Slowey?
You know what? I feel like this being the only organization I've been with, it's tough for me to have anyone to compare somebody like Andy to. But I do know that for us as a staff, that the way that he handles us all as individuals is pretty amazing. I mean,
and now back to the backstop, and Granderson will score.
No, just the way that he handles us all. He's not about to treat me like he would treat Nick Blackburn or Glenn or Frank. He takes care of. Having to do a whole lot to lead off an inning, I think also maybe encourages the rest of their hitters to go up there and say, hey, look, we already got a guy on base. It's not going to be, we're not going to have to scrap this inning. Let's just try to get a run across.
Strike one to Cabrera. And Kevin, while Cabrera's at the plate, your thoughts about Rick Knapp, who was so instrumental in your development, Nick Blackburn, Glenn Perkins?
Yeah, well, Knapp was a great coordinator. We learned a lot from him, and he when I was coming up, he exuded a lot of quiet confidence in us. He would take us aside and rather than really challenge us about our last outing or what we had upcoming, he would ask us what we thought. He would say, what do you think you need to work on? What do you see are your strengths? What do you see as your weaknesses? And then work on those with us as individuals. I think he did a phenomenal job, with me pounding into me the idea that throwing changeups was very important, and it's something that I'm still working on now. But that's just one of the things that personally I think he had a big influence on the way that I throw, and I'm sure he's going to do a great job over there with them.
1-2 to Cabrera, and now 2-2. Perkins is really struggling with his control.
Well, we say if you go through a 9-inning ball game that there's 2 or 3 times that you really have to fight yourself to get refocused, and the last couple innings hopefully are the only 2 that Perkins is going to have trouble with, and he gets a strikeout right there.
Striking out Cabrera to end the inning. The Tigers get one in the top of the 5th, and our thanks to last night's starter and winner, Kevin Slowey. Metrodome in Minneapolis. Rick Anderson trying to get Glenn Perkins channeled back into the strike zone.
Trying to get him refocused right there.
Matt Tolbert will lead things off in the 5th against Dontrell Willis. All this talk about Willis and his erratic control over the last couple of years. And Willis has walked just the one man, the very first man he faced. And it's been Perkins with 4 walks, a couple of wild pitches. Everett fires across to Cabrera, 1 down. Click it or ticket time brought to you by the Minnesota Department of Public Safety. Text us a question or comment to short code 234234. From Maplewood wondering which hitter you faced reminds you of Joe Mauer.
Oh boy, I think, guys like Wade Boggs or Paul Molitor is a guy, a lot of patience at the plate. Robin Yount, that always seemed to take the ball the other way. Boggs is more of a, shortstop up the middle type hitter.
Mauer with an RBI single, 1 for 2.
When you face a guy like Joe Mauer, you know you have to make a good pitch to get him out. And the worst thing you want to do is to go ball 1, ball 2 on him, because that makes him a better hitter. Willis able to get strike 1 on Joe, and let's watch how Dontrell Willis tries to get him out this time.
1-1.
And that breaking ball right there, that's a good breaking ball. It's where it crosses the plate, even though the catcher catches it outside. Well, maybe a little low.
1-1 to Mauer.
See, to me, that's a big pitch. That, to me, I want to throw a strike to Joe Mauer right there. I want to go 1 ball, 2 strikes rather than 2 balls and 1 strike, because now I might have to come in with a fastball right here. I don't want to walk Joe with Justin Morneau on deck, so I have to challenge him right here.
2-1.
And he missed with another breaking ball. Now you put yourself in a bigger hole.
How do you check your swing like that? My goodness. 3-1.
In his career, you can see the count in his favor. He's a 400 hitter.
The inside corner, 3-2. Full count with Morneau on deck.
Now, I've already missed with 3 breaking balls in this at bat to Joe Mauer. I've been able to get 2 fastballs called strikes. Do I stay with a fastball? And that's a good pitch.
And Willis jumps up in the air after missing with ball 4.
Yeah, that's a very good pitch right there. I think the reputation of Joe Mauer and his eye. You can see Dontrell Willis. He wants this called a strike. We'll take a look at that's the best angle. That's a pitcher's pitch, knee high, but Joe Mauer gets the call for the walk.
And now Morneau, who has 2 hits, a home run to center field with Mauer aboard, and then he singled off the glove of Cabrera at first in the 3rd inning. Ball 1.
Ron Coomer, that last pitch of Joe Mauer, nasty pitch from Dontrell Willis.
Very nasty pitch. That might have been the best pitch he's thrown in a tough count. To me, that's the pitch that Perk wants and Dontrell Willis wants, and neither one of them are getting it on that side of the plate with Schreiber behind the plate.
Breaking ball wide, 2-0.
It's amazing how umpires can change a game, too. They say that, there's a strike zone that's supposed to be called equally for both sides, but every umpire has a different strike zone. I don't care what they say.
Popped up behind 3rd. Inge in foul territory makes the catch, out number 2. And before Kadire comes to the plate, Aflac trivia question. Consecutive 100 RBI seasons. You got Cabrera and Manny Ramirez. I guess Pujols, of course, and A-Rod. The name that might surprise you would be Bobby Abreu. Teixeira's off to a very slow start with the Yankees. So an interesting list. And I think the Tigers found in Dontrelle Willis someone that they can hopefully you agree that the Tigers should be encouraged with what they saw from Dontrelle Willis?
Yeah, I think, you know what, I saw good arm strength. I saw someone that really making his first start in a long time. I thought he did a very good job. His enthusiasm, I think, if he can just find it a little bit, is going to be good for the starting staff and for the whole ball club. He brings a lot of energy with him to the ballpark. Now he just needs to be a little more consistent, and I think hopefully he'll be fine.
To make room for Willis on the roster, the Tigers designated former Twin Juan Rincon for assignment. Zach Minor moved out of the rotation into the bullpen, and he'll pitch here to Cuddyer in the 5th.
Minor making his 7th appearance. He made 4 starts for the Tigers, but Minor's been kind of this swing man over his career with the Tigers. Started with the Tigers. He came up with the Tigers in 2006.
Inside, ball 1.
Minor's always had very good control, good sinking fastball, slider, tight curveball, and a circle changeup.
Check swing, and it's 2-0. As right-handed relievers go for the Tigers, this guy's a soft tosser, and he still throws 91. Behind him, Zumaya, Perry, Rodney. Oh my, a wicked shot into the Twins dugout. And Gomez, I think, got hit on the right leg. Glenn Perkins sitting right next to him.
That's called getting the head out right there. Cuddyer lining that ball behind him.
2-1 to Cuddyer. Check swing, and it's 3-1. Oh, they call it a strike. From up here, it didn't look like he went at all, but it is 2-2.
Well, fastball inside, and Cuddyer holds up. But it's called a strike.
And Cuddyer sends one into center field for the base hit. And that'll get Creedy to the plate with 2 men aboard and 2 away.
Well, Cuddyer continues to swing a hot bat. Over his last 13 ball games coming into this game, he's hitting .381. And that's a good pitch right there, but Kadire just reaching out. And you almost see him take his right hand off the bat, lines it up the middle for his first hit.
Joe Crede facing Minor. He has faced him 5 times, has 3 hits, including 2 home runs. Two on, 2 out, and the Twins leading by just 1 run. Fouled back over our heads. He was right on that fastball.
Minor coming into this year, his 4th season with the Tigers, had appeared in 106 ball games, 30 starts. So again, that just shows that he's been in and out of the rotation throughout his career as a Tiger.
Down low. Hard, but foul down the left field line. 1-2. An observation that Crede over the last week or so, maybe more than any other Twins right-handed batter, has gotten the barrel of the bat on the ball. 4 home runs on the season. Just really seems to be making consistently solid contact. 1-2. And now 2-2. Well, something happened as we moved into the middle innings. The pace of this game has just turned very sluggish.
I think when you have an inconsistent strike zone, hitters don't know whether to swing. Pitchers don't know exactly what's going to be called. A lot of pitches thrown here tonight.
2-2 to Crede. High chopper over the mound. Everett flips and gets Crede, and the Twins strand a couple in the 5th. On to the 6th in a 1-run game.
Two-run home run in the 1st inning gave the Twins a 2-0 lead. Mauer with an RBI single up the middle, but the Tigers able to score 3 runs off of Perkins over the last couple innings, mainly because of his lack of his control. 3 walks in the 4th innings created a couple runs, And then a leadoff walk to Granderson last inning was the other run. So all 3 runs scored because of via the walk.
Ordonez tried to jump on the first pitch and pulled it foul, taking ball 1. It's 1-1. On the inside corner, 1-2. Ordonez has hit his best, it seems, against Minnesota's best pitchers. He used to wear Johan Santana out. Good numbers against Francisco Liriano. Maybe it's the left-handed pitchers that he enjoys hitting against.
Don't tell Perkins that.
1-2. And that's a fair ball down the line, and Ordonez has just his 4th extra base hit of the season. A couple of home runs, now a couple of doubles, and the tying run is in scoring position.
Ordonez is such a big part of their offense, and this is only his 2nd double of the year. That ball hugging the line right there. Span has to play the carom, gets it back in. But here's a guy that usually has 30, 40 doubles a year. He'll hit over 20 home runs, off to a slow start.
So now Larish, who drew one of those 3 walks in the 4th inning. Popped up. Foul here. Larish with the great power, but in this instance, the Tigers want him to make sure that he moves Ordonez up a base at least. Luis Ayala warming up here in the 6th. Perkins sailing through 3 innings, 3 shutout innings with just 24 pitches. He's thrown 55 pitches in the last 2 innings plus. A half swing, and Larish is behind 0-2.
Well, Perkins with 3 strikeouts in the ballgame. He'd like to get 1 here. Irish, kind of a check swing, went too far.
And a high fastball gets him. So Larish swinging from his heels, strikes out 1 away. And a Dodge game break. Ryan Zimmerman's 30-game hitting streak coming to a close.
Jeff's brother.
Jeff's brother.
Yeah.
0 for 3 with a couple of walks, including an intentional walk. So the longest hitting streak of the year is no more. Brandon Inge taking ball 1. Inge has reached twice tonight.
So it looks like Joe DiMaggio's 56 consecutive game hitting streak is okay now.
A high fly to deep left field. And the Tigers take the lead on an Inge home run. A deep blast to the midsection of the seating area and left.
Perkins on that pitch looked like he just laid it in there. He didn't have that force behind it. Almost a changeup that stayed about maybe belt high, and Inge did not miss it. Home run number 9 on the year for Inge. Ron Gardenhire on his way out.
Hit that ball a long ways.
Yes, he did.
So Perkins will not get the win tonight. He might get the loss. The Tigers have the lead for the first time tonight, and Ayala will come in. An iPod Touch with MLB.com Bat 2009 featuring play-by-play, video highlights, and live audio broadcasts. Visit twinsbaseball.com on your iPhone or iPod Touch to purchase. Luis Ayala coming into the ball game here in the 6th.
Yeah, Glenn Perkins, 4 walks in the ball game. That's a career high for him. He had 4 strikeouts, but boy, the first 3 innings went so well, and then it can just bite you. This game can bite you, and it bit Glenn Perkins here tonight. Ayala making his 15th relief appearance. He last worked on Saturday, a couple shutout innings against the Seattle Mariners in the Twins' 9-6 win.
Ball 1 to Adam Everett. Drove in a couple of runs with a high chopper over the mound his last time up, and now a solid stroke to center field. 3rd hit of the inning, and Ayala continues to struggle getting that first batter out. Hitters are now 8 for 13, hitting over 600 against Ayala.
He's a sinker ball pitcher, and when you leave the ball up like he did right there to Adam Everett, they're going to hit the ball hard somewhere. He's not overpowering. He needs to keep the ball down in the strike zone.
So Sardina will hit. See if he's asked. Well, no, there's 1 out. He won't be asked to bunt, I wouldn't think. You know, it's the quality start is not a perfect statistic, and you've debated it for years since you've been up here in the booth. But this is the 34th game of the year for the Twins. They have only 14 quality starts as a staff, and I think that's a very telling statistic. There's a little pop up to the right side, and Tolbert makes the catch out number 2.
Well, you look at the starting staff, and I think as the summer goes, Ron Gardenhire, Rick Anderson hope that, you know, they're going to get a little better. Right now, they're combined 12 and 13, 12 wins, 13 losses, with an ERA of 5. That's too high right there for the talent that these young men have.
So 2 down, and here's Granderson. Granderson with a single and a walk. And a foul back into the season.
And the Twins, if they want to win a division, it's going to come down to pitching and defense. Defense, they've made a total of what? Now 14 errors, the fewest in the American League. And it's going to come down to pitching. Pitching has to, right now they're 11th in the American League in pitching out of the 14 clubs. Combined ERA between the starters and the relievers.
Granderson swings and fouls. And that stung Redmond.
Where Detroit, they're 3rd right now in the American League. Combined ERA just under 4, 3.92.
Justin Verlander's been outstanding for the Tigers, and he'll pitch tomorrow for them against the Twins. Runner goes. Redmond's throw. Not nearly in time. A stolen base for Everett.
Everett stealing his 2nd base of the year. And he got a great jump off of Ayala right here. Take a look. I mean, right there, by the time Redmond gets the ball, Everett is 2/3 of the way towards 2nd base. 2nd stolen base of the ball game for the Tigers.
And an important runner to be left on base for Ayala. Twins have had the lead. Tigers have it, but it's just a 1-run lead. 1-2 to Curtis Granderson. 2-2. Redmond to go through the signs again. What's particularly distressing for Ayala is more often than not he's asked to pitch in situations like this in the middle of an inning where there's already a situation that needs to be dealt with, whether it's a starter who's running out of pitches, running out of gas, guys on base, a lead that's been given back. And so when he comes in and can't get that first batter out, it's like pouring gasoline on the fire. 2-2. And a chopper towards second. Tolbert backhand sets and fires, getting Granderson to end the inning. But Brandon in. It's his 9th home run of the year with a man aboard, and the Tigers have their first lead.
Well, this comes in the 4th inning after Mike Redmond singled and Harris at first base. He takes off for third, and a great slide right there by Brendan Harris going from first to third. He later scored in the 4th.
Tell you what, he's pretty strong hands to be able to hang onto that base as hard as he was sliding into the bag. And it'll be Harris leading off the 6th now against Zach Miner. Harris 2 for 2. He'll be followed by Redmond and Gomez. And you look at Harris's batting average, back over 300 with a couple of hits tonight. Strike on the inside corner. Last night the Tigers got a lot of hits but couldn't turn them into runs, and now they've managed 5 runs on just 6 hits. The Twins out hitting the Tigers 9-6, up and away 1-1. Two and one. I just, as a whole, I think the team's May at bats are just so much better and so different than what we saw in April, where I think a lot of guys in the lineup were a little jumpy trying to get the season started. When inside, it's 3-1. But I mean, we've got more patient at bats on a more consistent basis.
I think it takes a while. I mean, spring training was very long this year. Toward the end, I think everybody said it was maybe 2 weeks too long. And then the season starts, you get excited, you want to get that average up, and then now you're in the middle part of May. Okay, now we know we've got another 3.5 months of baseball left. Let's just enjoy it. Or 4.5, excuse me.
Sunday, May 24th, NASCAR on Fox heads to Charlotte, North Carolina, where Casey Kane will try to defend his title against a full field of the world's best drivers. Coverage of the Coca-Cola 600 from Charlotte begins Sunday, May 24th at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific in high definition on Fox. Here's Mike Redmond. And Redmond takes ball 1.
Boy, nothing drives a manager more wacko, or a pitching coach more wacko, after a leadoff walk, after your team just takes the lead, then you walk that leadoff hitter. Haven't
seen much of either Miner or Sardina. See what type of a tandem they might be to steal against. The stop watches are going all over the Twins dugout, first base box. Redmond takes a mighty hack and fouls it to the net. Harris does not have a steal. We see warming up. A nice job for the Tigers again this year. One and one. And an off-speed pitch missing 2-1.
Well, Mike Redmond, 38 years old, and you're thinking, well, with that big swing you mentioned about, maybe he could hit one out, but he has not hit a home run since 2 years ago today here in Minnesota against the Tigers. Wouldn't that be something? May 13th, 2007 was Mike Redmond's last home run. And here we are, May 13th, 2009.
Kind of eerie in a way.
Yeah, it is.
2-1 to Redmond. Harris goes and the pitch poked towards Cabrera. He looks at second, and Redmond just missed, depositing a perfect hit and run single.
Almost missed that home run, too.
So the tying run at second with one away. And that'll bring up Gomez.
What that hit and run does, it gets Brendan Harris over to second base. Now Gomez can maybe tie the ball game right here.
Gomez drove in the last Twins run with a sacrifice fly to Ordonez and right. Gomez just his second run batted in of the year.
I'd like to say happy birthday, happy 92nd birthday to Bernie Meyer from Richmond, Minnesota. Happy 92nd, Bernie. I know you're watching the ball game.
Richmond, Minnesota, I believe in the St. Cloud area. Harris at second with one away. Minor has faced four batters, retired two of them on ground ball. Cat and mouse between Polanco and Harris at second base. Dives back. So just to keep him as close as possible in the event of a hit to the outfield.
They think that Gomez against maybe Minor, he's going to pull the ball because that leaves that big hole at second base.
Ball one.
Closer that second baseman gets to the bag in Polanco, the bigger the hole between Cabrera and Polanco.
Gomez last year for the Twins scored 79 runs, drove in 59. So far this year, he scored 9 and driven in 2.
Well, last year he got a lot of more at bats than he's had right now.
Twins need him to give them a good at bat here. And a good take. It's 2-0. Drew a big walk in the ball game last night. See what Minor gives him on 2-0 here. Up high, 3-0 with Span on deck. C is warmed up, and of course with Span begins a string of lefty, switch hitter, lefty, lefty in the Twins lineup.
I doubt if Gomez is going to have the green light right here.
A 4-pitch walk. So Minor not winning any points in the Tiger dugout. He's faced 5 men, has retired 2 of them, and with the Tigers now leading, he's walked 2 of the 3 men.
And here comes Jim Leyland, already making the motion. He wants the left-hander, and that's Bobby C.
C will come in to face Span with the tying run at second and 1 away. In the 6th for Denard Span, facing left-hander Bobby C.
Well, Bobby C making his 14th relief appearance. He's allowed only 2 runs in 10 innings so far, with a couple walks and 7 strikeouts. C in his 4th season with the Tigers. Guy that's been pretty durable for Jim Leyland and the Tigers out of that bullpen over the last couple of years.
Span has seen him. He's got a hit in 2 trips against him.
C will give you that sidearm delivery.
Check swing and a called strike. In terms of the arm angle, it doesn't look from up here that it would be much different than the starting pitcher, Dontrelle Willis.
Willis quite not as low as C, but the same type of deception. Goes a little bit across his body.
1 strike to Span. Slap foul, 2 strikes.
Take a look at Bobby C right there. Now watch his right foot as it lands. Opening up, and you see the angle that he creates coming at that hitter. C has pitched for the Rays, the Rockies, now the Tigers.
Two strikes to Denard Span. Driven into the right field corner on an 0-2 pitch. Span ties the game. He will put the Twins in front. Denard Span with a 2-run triple.
Sometimes the hardest thing is to throw 3 good pitches in a row. C had 2 good pitches, and then he left the breaking ball up. And look at Gomez take off from first base. My, oh my, can that guy fly. A big 2-run triple. Span's 2nd triple of the year. And it gives the Twins a 6-5 lead.
Infield in. Tolbert has already dropped down 3 sacrifice bunts. Span runs well at third. Would the Twins consider squeezing? We'll find out. Playing now with the lead at 6-5. And they pitch out, anticipating that possibility. Tolbert earlier tonight laid down a sacrifice bunt. Willis made the play and threw him out at first.
Good time for Tolbert to pick up his first RBI right here of the year.
Fouled back. Got a fastball right down the middle and fouled it to the screen. So Gomez drew a big walk last night. And a potentially bigger walk here tonight. His run, the go-ahead run, with the Twins taking the lead right back. One and one. Foul back, 1-2. Mentioned that Span had seen C. Tolbert is not. First plate appearance against the Detroit left-hander. Bauer and Morneau up next. They've seen plenty of them and hit well against him. Bauer would hit next. Tolbert trying to get the ball to the outfield somehow. Breaking ball, and Tolbert got a piece.
Yes, he left that ball up again.
And here are the Tigers tied for first place, and they've been pitching well, and now tonight they have bullpen issues. The walks by Minor really come back to sting the Tigers. C can't retire the first batter he faces. 1-2 to Tolbert. Pulled foul.
Yeah, walks have hurt both sides here tonight.
Yeah.
Perkins in the fourth, then the leadoff walk to Granderson in the fifth that scored. 2 of the 3 walks that Perkins allowed in the fourth innings, 2 of them scored.
Another 1-2 to Tolbert. Dug out by Sardina. 2-2. Nate Robertson is another left-hander for the Tigers pitching out of their bullpen. Of course, Robertson, the former starter. And the Tiger bullpen is constructed like the Twins, 2 lefties and 5 righties. Tolbert pops it up, should reach the seats.
Well, you don't want to go into a ball game walking anybody, and both clubs combined 4 and 4, total of 8, and 5 of the walks have scored.
And how about this? All the concern about Dontrell Willis. He walked 2 guys in his 4 2/3 innings. And really only one of those scored. It wasn't the guy he walked, but the Twins got 2 runs in the first. Brandon Lyon starting to warm up. 2-2 to Tolbert. And another one flipped foul. So Tolbert battling here. Trying to get Span in from third base. That should work. Ordonez with the catch. Span coming home in head of the throw, and Tolbert battled and battled and battled and finally got something he could lift to the outfield.
And he picks up his first RBI of the year with that sacrifice fly. And the Twins come right back and put a 3 on the board in the bottom of the 6th inning to take a 7-5 lead. Good at bat right there. Good battle by Tolbert, and he gets the job done.
You know, and I said before, Tolbert is just fit in so well in the number 2 spot. One of the reasons Alexi Casilla, who by the way is tearing the cover off the ball at AAA, one of the reasons he was sent down in key spots, the bunts weren't laid down, the at bats weren't high quality, and Tolbert has stepped in and performed very well. Even though he's hitting 220 or whatever it is, but he's giving the team good at bats in that second spot in the order. One strike to Mauer. 3 runs in the inning for the Twins. And Mauer fouls it off a leg. 2 strikes. Mauer hitting .500, and the Twins hope to get to .500 with a win tonight. Ayala got the Twins through the top of this inning as a lead with which to work now. Two strikes. And a little bouncer to second. Polanco has it. Mauer retired, but the Twins take a couple of walks, get a big 2-run triple from Denard Span. He later scores, and the Twins lead by a extra base hit on an 0-2 pitch to give the Twins the lead back. And Tolbert bringing Span in with a sacrifice fly. So now you start playing the out game. There are 9 of them to get. And we'll see how many Ayala gets or will be asked to get. Polanco takes up high, ball 1. Well, that pitch looked like it was right down the middle of the plate. We're in the back third of this game, and we are already 2 hours and 20 minutes into this game. Three and 0. Polanco, Thomas, and Cabrera.
No ducking allowed.
So a 4-pitch walk on 2 of those pitches. I think they were right at the belt. Here's the Dodge game summary.
On the first inning, Justin Morneau hitting his 9th home run of the year. That gave the Twins a 2-0 lead. Howard, an RBI single, made it 3-0. Brandon Inge, a 2-run home run. That coming off of Glenn Perkins in the 6th. And then we just saw Bernard Span score a couple runs in a 3-run 6th inning.
Thomas is 0 for 3, and Redmond will go to the mound. Ayala's thrown 5 pitches out of the zone here.
Well, it's a leadoff walk that hurt Zach Miner when the Twins just scored 3 runs in the bottom of the 6th inning.
One and 0 to Thomas. Hit a liner right at Tolbert his last time up. And a foul away. When saying last night that the Tigers need to get Maglio Ordonez hitting 3rd in their lineup, Jim Leyland didn't mean any disrespect to the likes of Clete Thomas. In fact, he said Thomas and the other younger hitters have done a really good job. They just don't have the RBI pedigree. Here's a drive to deep center field. Gomez going back. High off the wall. Rounding second is Polanco. He'll be held at 3rd. So just like that, the Tigers come back. And 2 plate appearances into this half inning get the tying run to second base.
Oh, a fastball up. He's just trying to get a ball over, and Clete Thomas did not let Mike Redmond catch this ball. He hammered it over the head of Gomez. And Gomez, as that ball hits high off the wall, has to wait for it to come down, gets it back in. It's a double for Thomas, his 2nd double of the year, and his first hit.
And of course, Cabrera, the most dangerous hitter in this Tiger lineup, will come up. And Matt Guerrero will come out of the Twins pen to try to get him. Four times. He was the final out in 4 of the innings last night, and this is the first time tonight, as you look at the Firestone leaderboard, first time tonight he's hit with men on base.
Yeah, Cabrera came into this ball game hitting 3rd best in the American League.
First pitch, and it's hammered to left, and the Tigers are back in front. He jumped all over Guerrera's first pitch. And the Tigers lead at 8-7.
Cabrera hitting his 8th home run of the year. And here's part of our trivia tonight. 5 straight seasons of 100 RBIs or more. And just dropped the barrel of the bat and watched it fly.
Ordonez will hit. He led off the 6th with a double into the left field corner. Big swing and a miss. So as the Twins' 3-run bottom of the 6th was set up with a leadoff walk. In the 7th, Ayala's walk opens the door for the Tigers, and they jump through it. 0-2. Last night it was Guerrero and Nathan and Maharas who were effective. And Ordonez is called out on strikes. And Ordonez and Schreiber exchange. Now Schreiber puts his left hand on the back of Ordonez. And that's what's got Jim Leyland upset. And I don't blame him. You don't want players touching you, then you should not be touching players. Leyland has been tossed, and he has a very good argument.
That's a curveball away, and Ordonez doesn't believe it, but watch Schreiber right here. Well, get out of the box.
Well, the reason, interesting that he wants to speed it.
He's basically saying, what are you doing? What are you doing? You can't do that.
As if to say, let's speed things up here. And the reason we're here in the 7th inning, 2.5 hours into this game, is because we haven't had many strikes called tonight, in my opinion. Here's Larish.
Well, Joe West, the crew chief, toward the Tiger dugout, looking in, as Jim Leyland's going to take his time to leave the dugout.
Well, that was uncalled for. Speaking of Schreiber's actions on Ordonez, not making a commentary on Leyland's vocabulary. And Larish eventually will hit with the Tigers leading by a run.
Saw Ordonez kind of explain somebody. He pushed me. I think Leyland or Ron Gardenhire, Gardy's probably very close to get thrown out too, only because of the inconsistency of the strike zone. I think both managers and maybe the players themselves very unsure of exactly where the strike zone is tonight.
Hit deep to center. Gomez going back. And that ball is gone. A home run for Larish. And Guerrero's given up 2 tonight.
Boy, short, compact swing of Larish. He had a home run off of Kevin Slowey in last night's ball game. And got a fastball away. And hitting the railing just over the outstretched Gomez. Great effort right here. Gomez going as high as he can. Get the ball out of reach.
And Mike Redmond going back to the dugout to get a different glove because R.A. Dickey's going to come in and try to put an end to this awful 7th inning. struggling with a lot of strikeouts, but he singled, walked, and homered. So the Tigers doing it in an assortment of ways here tonight, getting on the board with 3 walks and a chopper over the mound. Now in the last couple innings, hitting 3 long balls. That's a sharp ground ball up the middle. And Dickey, like Ayala's, had a tough time with that first batter. First batters are now 5 for 8 against R.A. Dickey. Series wraps up with a noon start tomorrow. That means it's a Treasure Island Senior Day. Fans 55 and older can get $5 off any lower reserve or upper club ticket. Treasure Island Senior Day tickets must be purchased at the ballpark on the day of the game. So come out tomorrow and join us at the ballpark. Here's Adam Everett, who got that hopper over the mound. Talking with Joe Mauer this afternoon about catching R.A. Dickey, and of course Redmond's doing the catching now. But I asked him, what's tougher, hitting it or catching it, meaning the knuckleball? And he says, well, definitely it's catching it, because in trying to hit it, if you swing and miss, you still got 2 strikes. But you catch it and you miss it, and you got all sorts of trouble.
A couple throws over to first base. Brandon Inge, pretty good base runner. Now he's only stolen 1 base in 3 attempts, but the Twins trying to keep him close.
One and 0 to Everett. Tapped foul, 1-1. Still only 1 out. The Tigers have gotten a walk, leading off the inning, followed by 4 hits. Kansas City, the other co-leader in the division, leading Oakland 1-0 in the 3rd. Everett got a knuckler left up, but he fouled it straight back. Not much relief from the relief staff yet. And now 2-2.
Very inconsistent is the bullpen so far. They have just unable to get to Joe Nathan. Twins have only 5 saves on the year. That's the fewest amount in the American League.
And Everett strikes out for out number 2. And that'll bring up Sardina.
The bottom just fell out of that knuckleball.
Expect to see Gerald Laird behind the plate again tomorrow. Remember, we're not televising tomorrow, but Laird will catch Justin Verlander. Squeeze play tomorrow at 7 o'clock. Starters are long gone. Glenn Perkins left in the 6th inning. Dontrell Willis left in the 5th inning. Joel Zumaya warming up. 1-0. Sardina, the 8th man to bat this inning. And he bounces it to 3rd. Creedy has it. And that ends the inning. Dickey gets the job done, but the Tigers go deep twice and score 4 in the 7th. Aflac. We've got you under our wing.
Well, there's our Mountain Dew fan of the game, young man. You are hereby circled. A lot of crooked numbers on the board tonight, Dick.
Do you think this game is going to end 9-7?
Not the way that it's gone so far.
Do you think this game is going to end?
Eventually, yes.
Morneau will lead things off. Tigers have scored in 4 straight innings after Glenn Perkins had them shut down and out for 3.
Yeah, Bobby C. just asked probably to get Morneau out here as Zumaya is getting loose in the bullpen with the right-hander Kadire, Creedy, and Harris to follow.
And both Mauer and Morneau have had more than their share of success against C. Justin 4 for 9 against him. 3 doubles. Bouncer to second or to Cabrera here at first. C covers and Morneau's retired. And we'll see who's going to make the pitching change because Jim Leland can't. If in fact they make the pitching change. No move yet. Gene Lamont, I would imagine, is the acting manager. And they're going to let it ride with C pitching to Kadire.
Well, remember, this is only the 7th inning.
Right.
They'd like maybe C to get, 1, 2, 3 inning. Then Zumaya is more the 8th inning setup guy to get to Rodney. Fernando Rodney, their closer.
Kadire's 3 for 4 with a walk against Bobby C. One and one. Kadire single his last time up. Foul back. We'll have some comments from the excused manager Jim Leland in our post-game show. We're told that we will have his media address as part of our post-game show. I asked you off air. I've never seen an umpire initiate contact with a player before like Schreiber did.
No, neither had I.
Foul back, still 1 and 2.
You always hear about the manager or player getting suspended or fined. You wonder if the umpires are in that position that he may be suspended or fined for his action.
Time called. And now in the middle of this at bat.
I don't think maybe Zumaya was not loose yet. Maybe that's why they waited.
The pitching change is made with the count 1 and 2 to Kadire.
to retire the second batter in the second inning.
And Curtis Granderson takes a knuckleball for ball one. It'll be Granderson, Polanco, and Thomas. Bounce to the right side, and that'll bleed through. The leadoff man is on again. So leadoff walks, leadoff hits. They've all conspired to make the back half of this ball game kind of a mess for the Twins.
Yeah, Granderson getting his second hit of the ball game for the Tigers. They're 11th. Now you have the speedy Granderson at first base. He stole a base earlier in the ball game in the 6th inning. Ended up scoring on a couple wild pitches by Glenn Perkins.
After Polanco failed to move him up, he stole second. Polanco trying to get him to third. That's a close play, and Granderson gets back. And then in the Thomas at bat, I believe it was, Granderson scored on a couple of wild pitches. Good bunt, and Dickey gets the out at first, and Granderson goes to second. So the Tigers' number 2 hitter lays down a sacrifice, and that'll get Clete Thomas to the plate. Thomas doubled in the 7th inning, right in front of Cabrera's 3-run home run. The home run coming on the next pitch, but from a different pitcher, Matt Guerrero. Anderson getting a healthy lead at second base.
That'll be the shortstop Harris that will try to keep him close, as Tolbert is deep in the hole at second.
That's sailing up and away, 2-0. To center. And Gomez retreating, making the catch. Out number 2. And now Cabrera. Twins did a nice job with Cabrera last night and tonight too, until the one game-turning at bat he had in the 7th when he turned on Matt Guerrero's first pitch and hammered it into the left center field seats.
Go ahead and walk him.
You get Ordonez to the plate.
That intentional walk, that's the 6th for the Twins in tonight's ball game. Tigers pitching staff have walked 4.
2 by Willis and 2 by Minor. So 2 on, 2 out, and Ordonez to the plate. He doubled leading off the 6th. And no exchange with Paul Schreiber. Now if he's called out on strikes again, there might be an exchange.
It'll be the 3rd out.
Down in the dirt, blocked by a Redmond. Not many people may remember this, but of course Joe Mauer won the batting title in 2006, and in 2008 it was Ordonez who won it in between those 2 seasons with a phenomenal .363 season. Tap foul. Mauer that year hit .293.
Yeah, Ordonez not only winning the batting title, he was second as far as RBIs, too. 139 RBIs that year, behind Alex Rodriguez, who drove in 156 back in 2007.
1-1 to Ordonez. So the Tigers are waiting for him to heat up, and they hope to have a lineup with Ordonez hitting perhaps in front of Cabrera rather than behind him. 2-1. One drops over for a strike.
Yeah, that knuckleball started at him, worked out over the middle part of the plate. Yeah, Ordonez is a career .312 hitter in his 13th season at the major league level, so he will heat up. Not on that one, though.
Dickey pitches a scoreless eighth. We'll see if the Twins can answer in the bottom of the inning.
There, 6 outs to go, and it's far from over tonight. Coming up after the game on Quest Twins Live, featuring the Toyota postgame wrap. Bullpens blow up tonight. Both bullpens combined to give up 7 runs on a combined 5 innings pitch. Hasn't been good on either side to this point in time in the game. Pitchers' arm angles are instructional. Dontrell Willis has a weird arm angle. He started for Detroit tonight, and then we also saw Bobby C with a unique angle. Burt and Coombe will break down arm angles, and also manager's reaction. We're going to get reaction from Ron Gardenhire of the Twins. Also, Jim Leland will figure out what he said to get tossed from the game on that argued call by Magalio Ordonez. That's all coming up following the game on Quest Twins Live. But I get a feeling we're a long way from over, right, Dick?
Well, that's what the Twins fans are hoping. A first pitch strike at or below the knees to Brendan Harris. And now one at or above the belt, a swinging strike. 0-2.
That's the hardest one to lay off of right there, because it looks like it's right in your eyes and you swing through it and you just can't catch up to it.
Thomas moving to right with Josh Anderson taking over in left field. 2 quick strikes to Harris, who's reached all 3 times, a pair of singles and a walk and a couple of runs scored. One and 2, clocked at 98. Zamaya trying to get through the 8th. The closer is Fernando Rodney. Breaking ball, missing, and it's 2-2. I thought he might have gotten that at the knees. Welcome to the club. And now outside, 3-2. Well, he got ahead of Harris 0-2 with the called strike down around the knees, and then a swinging strike on the second pitch, and he's missed with 3 straight. Redmond on deck. Popped up, short center. Granderson hustling in, and he makes the catch, 1 away. If you missed it, the pregame battle lines were drawn between Burt and Tigers analyst Rod Allen.
I have to go the starter only because if a starter does his job, you don't need a closer. Just call complete games once in a while. Yes,
that's back when you pitched.
But they can bring that game back right now. I'd like to see him bring it back just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Go to Facebook.com and search for FSN North to watch the debate. And vote for Burt. Short code 234-234. 1 strike to Mike Redmond. Twins need a bloop and a blast here. Something heading in the right direction. They've not gotten a base runner since Span's triple that briefly gave them the lead. 1-1.
Zamaya just 24 years old in his 4th season with the Tigers. Back in 2006, I think he was the talk in Detroit because of his success. 62 relief appearances. He had 1 save, but he was a setup guy. They ended up with an ERA of 1.94. In 83 1/3 innings, he had 97 strikeouts.
League hit 187 against him. And he was setting up then closer Todd Jones. And basically he's trying to do here tonight what he did so often for the Tigers that year, and that is just lock it down for Todd Jones. Any lead that the Tigers had late in the game, it was Zamaya's to protect.
And now it's Fernando Rodney that's the closer.
Redmond shoots one into right field, and he gets a base hit, his 2nd of the ball game.
Well, there's a bloop you're asking for, but not really a bloop, kind of a line drive base hit.
Twins' next homestand begins May 22nd. It's always fun when you take on the Brewers, presented by Subway. And we will gladly welcome the Brewer fans to the Dome for the 3-game series. Call 800-33-TWINS. Visit twinsbaseball.com and get your Twins Brewers tickets today. Brewers and the new manager, Ken Maka, good friend of yours.
A former teammate of mine with the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Jason Kubel's going to hit for Carlos Gomez. So the Twins need a jolt here, something to jump back into the game, down a couple of runs. Kubel the best bet to do that. A high drive to right center field. This is back. Tie game. Kubel did it.
On a bloop and a blast. Kubel hitting his 5th home run of the year. Look fastball, got it, and delivered. And this game is tied at 9 apiece.
A flair for the dramatic, I should say so. And now here's Span in a tie game. Span delivered a big extra base hit on an 0-2 pitch to drive in 2 runs and put the Twins in front. That's Kubel's 5th home run of the year. Outside, 1-1. So Kubel against Zamaya. Drives in the first 2 runs Zamaya allows all year. And it's 9 apiece. Half swing, but a strike, 1-2.
Oh, Kubel did it right. You know, you pinch hit, you wait so long to get that one at bat. Here we are 3 hours into the ball game. I'm sure he thought, you know what, he's going to start me off with a fastball. If he does, I'm going to try to swing hard and hit it, and he did.
Span fouls it to the screen. So again, neither team's bullpen has been very effective here tonight. Joe Nathan warming up in the event the Twins take the lead. He may get the ninth regardless. 1-2 to Span. 1 out in the inning. Span fouls it to the screen. You know, Kubel, in most of his at-bats, has been so patient and has tried to work the count. But he picked a good time to swing away. Zamaya got one over the middle of the plate, and Kubel crushed it.
Well, you almost have to look dead red against Zamaya, because if he's able to get that over like that, I mean, that's a tough pitch.
That pitch broke around the plate. 2 down.
Well, it doesn't surprise me that a lot of hitters have been upset. That's not even close right there. My, oh my. I always say it's not where the catcher catches it, where it crosses the plate, and that crossed about 6 inches on the outer half of the plate.
So in a tie game, Tolbert now tying his shoe. I've often wondered how players do that with batting gloves on.
It takes a long time.
Well, maybe Paul Schreiber could, pat him on the back and nudge him back into the box. Not more cowbell, more Kubo. See if Tolbert can start something with 2 outs in the inning. Ball 1. And Zamaya, who struggled so mightily with his control last year, hasn't walked anybody yet this year. And Tolbert would be the ideal man to get a free pass here in front of Mauer with his speed. 2-1. R.A. Dickey now in a tie game. We'll find out whether he's asked to pitch the ninth. And another one painting the corner. 2-2.
Well, the way Joe Nathan is warming up, it looks like he will get the top of the ninth.
99 miles per hour here at the Dome. 98 on your screen. Tolbert fouled it. Mauer hoping for a chance here in the 8th inning. And Tolbert strikes out to end the inning, but the Twins get Redmond's single. Kubel backs it up with a pinch hit home run. It'll be Nathan entering the game in a tie game, thanks to Jason Kubel.
runs and a lot of walks by both pitching staffs here today. Kubel with that big 2-run home run to tie it at 9-9. Well, you are here by circle. Very nice.
Born way over in the western part of the state, didn't live there very long. But at some point he'll pass Mark Ellis and become South Dakota's most prolific major league home run hitter. Here's Larish, who homered his last time up.
Well, Joe Nathan starting the top of the 9th inning, making his 13th relief appearance.
2-0.
Joe worked in last night's ball game, 1 shutout inning. He worked the 9th inning in the 6-2 win over the Tigers.
Twins have issued a couple of leadoff walks. Span back in center field. Larish, Inge, and Everett lined up to face Nathan here in the 9th. And he missed a 4-pitch walk. So Larish aboard, and that'll bring up Inge, who has reached all 4 times. Santiago's going to run. Who's that?
I think that's Rayburn. Ryan Rayburn.
Rayburn will run for Larish. Again, Inge had been struggling coming into the game with a lot of strikeouts, but he's reached all 4 times with 3 hits, including a big 2-run homer. Brandon Inge with 1 sacrifice bunt on the season. Greedy playing a step or 2 in front of the bag at third. Strike at the knees. Oh, 0-1 to Brandon Inge. Foul back 0-2. Bullpen outs have been so hard to come by for both teams here tonight. Nathan would love to get a double play and get 2 outs on 1 pitch. Inge 1 for 11 in his career against Joe Nathan. Nice block by Redmond, who took that in the breadbasket.
All the ball down right there. Short hops Red. They got him in the left rib cage area.
One and 2 to Inge.
No stolen bases for Rayburn on the year and no attempts.
Tigers have done some running tonight, though. Granderson stole a base. Everett stole a base. Rayburn with a healthy lead at first. 1 and 2 to the batter. And now 2 and 2. Struck him out. Got him with a fastball, one away.
Hey, just overpowered Inge right there on a fastball. Good downward plane by Nathan. Good work at the end on that good fastball. And Inge just swings through it. Little late.
And now Everett. Pair of hits tonight. He's been one of the Tigers' best clutch hitters this year, and he delivered a clutch hit with a 2-run single in the 4th. Foul back, a strike. Lamont giving the signs. Rayburn staying put during the Inge at bat. See if the Tigers are tempted to send him here with 1 out. Time call. Fans are already less than pleased with the home plate umpire. Give Paul Schreiber a little hoot for that. And Nathan had to pull up from his delivery. Throw over there.
Joe will try that slide step. See Steve Little right there. He's very good at picking up signs. He's watching Gene Lamont, the third base coach, first.
One strike to Everett. To the shortstop, Harris, a double play. Nathan got part of it. A 1-6-3 double play. Land Rover extraordinary play of the game. Land Rover designed for the extraordinary.
And that came with the bat of Jason Kugel jumping on the first pitch from Joel Zumaya and tying the game in the 8th inning, 9-9. Kugel's 5th home run of the year is a big one.
so now in the bottom of the ninth, Joel Zumaya will be asked to get this game into extra innings for the Tigers. There's no activity in their bullpen. And Zumaya, who got the last 2 outs of the 7th, faced 5 batters in the 8th and has thrown 27 pitches, will begin the 9th inning facing Mauer, Morneau, and Canayer.
Yeah, when the Tigers were up, Fernando Rodney was loose. He was getting loose, but he sat back down, and now the bottom of the 9th inning belongs to Zumaya.
Mauer just 1 for 8 against Zumaya. And we can say it's just 1 for 3 tonight. There have been many games since he's jumped back into the lineup where he hasn't gotten at least 2 hits. 1-0. At the knees, 1-1.
Even saw Joe Mauer right there kind of look back at the umpire. Anybody who knows his strike zone is this guy right here.
Up and away, 2-1. Last night, Tim Leland had Ryan Perry out there for parts of 3 innings, and now he's asking Zumaya to pitch parts of 3 innings here tonight. Three and 1. Morneau on deck.
Joe's got to be looking dead red right here. Look fastball.
Zumaya shaves the outside corner.
That's a pitch. That's a pitcher's pitch right there.
99 miles per hour at the knees on the outside corner. Full count to the leadoff man here in the 9th. To center and hit well. Granderson back, and he makes the catch on the warning track. 1 down. Mauer hit it about 400 feet from home plate for the first out.
Well, Justin Morneau in the first inning. That off of Dontrell Willis. Got a fastball and did not miss it. Straightaway center. And that was tonight, right? Yes, it was. 9th home run of the year for Justin. They gave the Twins an early 2-0 lead.
And now Morneau to face Zumaya. 3 years ago, Morneau hit a memorable home run on so many levels for the Twins. It was his 30th. First time the Twins had had a player hit 30 home runs in a season since 1987. He hit a letter high 99 mile per hour fastball over the wall in right field at Comerica Park against Joel Zumaya. 1-1. Since then, and granted Zumaya has been hurt, since then Morneau is 0 for 2 with 4 walks against Zumaya.
Well, he's thrown all breaking balls so far to Justin. 3 straight.
Big swing and a miss at 100 miles per hour.
Wouldn't you like to see him make contact with that?
2-2. And a foul. I have a feeling if Morneau were to make contact, Ben Ogilvie would have to step aside as the owner of the longest home run measured here. Great battle. A power pitcher against a power hitter. Got him. 2 down. And that'll bring up Kadire.
Zamaya picks up his 3rd strikeout. Just overpowers Justin with that fastball.
So Zamaya, after giving up the home run to Kubel, has struck out 3 of the last 4 batters. And here's Kadire. And he drops the deuce over for a strike. Check swing, but he went, and it's 0-2. Zamaya trying, look, he's feeling it here. He's gotten Mauer, he's gotten Morneau, he's gotten ahead of Kadire quickly. 0-2. And Kadire on an 0-2 pitch spanks a single up the middle. Big turn at first. He will hold up there. So the Twins getting some big hits with 0-2 counts. Span getting the triple, and Kadire keeping the 9th inning alive.
Well, 2 curveballs to get ahead. Then he tries to sneak the fastball by him, and Kadire hits that fastball right back up the middle. His 2nd hit of the ball game. And for the Twins, their 13th.
Creedy 1 for 4. For 4 on the night, 1 for 4 against Zamaya. 2nd time he's faced him tonight. Inside a ball. Oakland's taking a lead on Kansas City 2-1 in the 6th. Yankees beat the Blue Jays 8-2.
Kadire does have 3 stolen bases in 4 attempts.
Twins fans remember the right-handed hitter setting up this way. Bat resting on the shoulder until the pitcher's ready. Swing and a miss. Mr. Killebrew did that. Just waiting on the pitcher, resting the bat so comfortably on his shoulder until it was time for the pitch.
Then he clobber it.
Down and away. Nice catch by Sardina. That was a tough catch. He was setting up, down, and in, and the pitch was about 3 feet off target. Two and 1 to Joe Creedy.
He's thrown Joe Creedy 3 straight fastballs.
Check swing and a foul. Would have been ball 3.
Big pitch right here for Zamaya. He does not want to go 3-2, and that would allow Kadire to start running. Extra base hit. And Sardina going out to make sure that they're on the same page what they want to throw right here.
Zamaya is about to throw his 47th pitch tonight. Two and 2 to Creedy. Breaking ball lifted to center field. Granderson looks to be there. to send us to a 10th inning tied at 9. Nine apiece. And the Twins bring Jose Mijares into the ball game to pitch to the Tigers in the 10th.
Yeah, Mijares pitched in last night's win over the Tigers, an inning and a third. That tied a career high for him in one appearance. But not allow a hit with a strikeout through 13 pitches, 10 for strikes.
Gerald Laird is going to hit for Sardina. Laird struggling. And he hits the first pitch to Creedy. Laird now 1 for his last 36. 1 away. Here's the Dodge game summary.
A lot of home runs. Justin Morneau hitting a 2-run home run in the first inning. And then it was the Tigers' turn. Brendan Inge with a 2-run home run in the fourth. Miguel Cabrera, big 3-run home run. 1 out later. Larich hitting a home run to straightaway center. Then Jason Kugel, a pinch hit 2-run home run.
And Mijares had better hurry. Granderson bunted it right back to him, but still sprinted down the line, and Mijares just barely got him. 2 pitches, 2 outs. Man alive. Look at Granderson fly out of the box.
He took his time, and Granderson almost beat it. He's quick.
So 2 outs, and here is Polanco. And there is strike 1. Mijares, after the disappointment the other day, his outing against the Mariners, issuing a walk, giving up a home run, came back and was marvelous last night. 4 up, 4 down, and he's gotten 2 quick outs here in the 10th. Young pitcher like that who doesn't have all the experience in the world, you wonder how they're going to bounce back from a disappointing outing, and he did a nice job last night.
Well, that's one thing that players have to do, is just forget about your last at bat or your last outing and go out there and throw strikes like that. Whoa.
You tell me where that pitch missed.
Paul Schreiber's had a very tough night back there for both sides.
1 and 2. And Polanco hit it off his knuckles.
I showed you last night, Polanco gets right on top of home plate.
Breaking ball got him. A swinging strikeout, and Maharas pitches a quick and clean 10th inning. Tigers bring Fernando Rodney, their closer, out of the bullpen. Great work by Joel Zumaya after the Kubel home run.
Yep, Fernando Rodney 6 for 6 in save opportunities, making his 13th relief appearance. He's worked 12 innings, 9 strikeouts, 4 walks. Rodney 13 saves last year, put into that closer role.
He has all 6 Tiger saves. Doesn't throw quite as hard as Joel Zumaya, but he still has a great fastball.
Yeah, he only throws 97, 98. Good hard slider, very good changeup for Fernando Rodney.
Harris to lead things off.
There's a changeup right there.
And Harris sitting on a first pitch fastball and swung over the top of the changeup. Laird staying in the game to catch. Twins still have 3 bench players available to them: Busher, Punto, and Young. And if Harris should reach, you can envision perhaps Punto coming in to run for him, a faster runner.
Rodney in his 7th season with the Tigers, had the Tommy John surgery back in 2004.
Two and one.
He, like Zumaya, have had some arm issues over the last couple years. In 2007, a couple stints because of tendonitis in the right arm. Last year, started the season on the disabled list with tendonitis in the right shoulder. Was not activated until June 16th.
Nubbed, foul, 2-2.
That's going to be I think the bullpen for the Tigers' big question mark. Can they keep Zumaya and Rodney healthy throughout the year? They have great arms. They have great stuff, but they've had a history of arm problems.
2-2. And then there have been bouts of wildness for Rodney. He had 30 walks last year and 40 in a third innings. He didn't give up a lot of home runs, didn't give up a lot of hits. But he had issues throwing strikes at times. See what he gives Harris here on 3-2. Redmond on deck. Tapped foul.
See, even on a 3-2 pitch, he goes to the changeup. That's how much confidence he has in that pitch.
And at least in this at bat, maybe better control of it.
Yeah. A lot of strikeouts, but a lot of walks.
Got him. Threw the changeup and got the outside corner, one away.
Well, I think it's one of those nights that every player comes back after they strike out. That's a good pitch right there. Harris does not like it. But that ball's the outer half of the plate for strike 3.
Redmond with a pair of hits. He's also lined off the pitcher. Hit a line drive off of Willis very early in the ball game.
Yeah, Willis turned that into a double play.
And Redmond gets a fastball down the heart of the plate for strike 1. One and one.
All right, real quick, who started this ball game for the Twins and for the Tigers? Real quick. No.
Denny McLain, Jim Cott. We've been here a while. We've seen a lot of walks, a lot of home runs. Tapper to short, and Everett over to Cabrera, out number 2, and the guy who ultimately was responsible for us going to the 10th inning, Jason Kubel, will come up here in the 10th. Kubel saw one pitch from Joel Zumaya and hammered it over the wall and right. And that tied the game at 9. Kubel 1 for 4 against Rodney with 3 strikeouts and a single. He might not get a first pitch fastball here.
He starts him off with that changeup. In Cleveland back in late April, Kubel hit 2 home runs in a ball game. His 3rd career 2 home run game.
Now 1-1. Floats outside, 2-1. If Kubel can keep the inning alive, Span would have a chance. Two and two. He's thrown, I think, more changeups than he has fastballs here.
Well, some nights maybe he just has that good feel for that changeup. He's got a very good one.
Two and two to Jason Kubel. Got the fastball and lifted it foul down by the Twins bullpen. Another 2-2 to Kubel from Fernando Rodney.
Boy, he just missed that one there. That was an excellent swing, and Kubel just got underneath it.
Rodney will try it again. 2-2 to Kubel. Back to Rodney. And he pitches a 1-2-3 10th inning, so we'll have an 11th. Cleve Thomas with a swinging strike on the first pitch of the 11th inning from Jose Mijares. And a breaking ball gets strike 2.
Well, Mijares needed only 7 pitches in the 10th inning to retire the Tigers 1-2-3.
2 strikes to Thomas. It'll be Thomas, Cabrera, and Ordonez. Thomas with a double in the 4-run 7th inning. And a broken bat, base hit up the middle. So Thomas gets a base hit to start the 11th inning.
Yeah, Thomas getting his second hit of the ball game. Miguel Cabrera, his 8th home run of the year. That came off Matt Guerrero, fastball in. The first pitch that Matt threw. A big 3-run home run in the 4-run 7th inning for the Tigers.
Cabrera has walked twice tonight and then hit the 3-run home run in the 7th. And Mijares delivers ball 1. Again, last night Cabrera came up with 6 men on base and none scored. The only time he's been pitched to with men on base here tonight, he hit the first pitch over the fence. 2-0. And Redmond will go to the mound. As this game moves along, and we don't know how long we'll be playing, the Tigers have made a catching move with Laird replacing Sardina. Twins really can't do that because their other catcher is their designated hitter.
That just means the pitcher's got to hit.
Do we really want that? After nearly 4 hours of baseball, do we want it to be decided by that? 2-0 to Cabrera. 3-0 with Ordonez on deck.
Where's Bobby Korecki when we need him?
That's right. It was about this time of the year last year, wasn't it? Jesse Crane warming up. Craig Breslow, the only other reliever left available for the Twins. There's a strike, 3-1. Anderson and the Tigers hoping to even this series at a game apiece. Strike 2. Cabrera looks back at Paul Schreiber. Last night, Cabrera popped out against Maharas, but at least he saw him.
This guy ever hitting a double play?
Oh, you'd think, wouldn't you? Runner goes, pitch bounced to second. Tag there, out there. Good call.
Isn't that a double play? Nice play by Tolbert right here, because he was going to flip it over to Harris, but Thomas got down very quickly down towards second base, and when he made the tag, watch Tolbert right here. I think he keeps both hands in right there. Very nicely done. You cannot knock the ball out as he tags out Thomas, both hands, and then gets the out at first.
So Ordonez out of the game. Remember, Anderson was in the game for defensive purposes. Once the Tigers took a late lead, Anderson jabs at it, strike 1. Josh Anderson very fleet of foot. Obviously does not have the power of Maglio Ordonez, or what we've grown to expect from Ordonez.
He got traded to the Tigers late in spring training from the Atlanta Braves.
Ordonez had gone 1 for 5 with a double leading off the 6th and a couple of strikeouts. Brandon Lyon warming up again. He warmed up about 7 hours ago. Well, Maharas did a good job coming back and not only getting Cabrera, but getting a double play ball after falling behind 3-0. Now he falls behind Anderson 2-1. That's a foul ball, and it will reach the seats. Harris trying to send us to the bottom of the 11th, tied at 9. Two and 2 to Anderson. Got him. Clipped the outside corner. And Maharas does the job again tonight with 2 effective innings of relief. early innings. The Tigers came back, had a lead. Twins tied it, and we're stuck at 9 since the 8th inning. Kubel tied it with a home run. And the Tigers go one man deeper into their bullpen and bring out Brandon Lyon to pitch to the top of the Twins lineup.
Yeah, Brandon Lyon, he pitched in last night's ball game. Threw only 7 pitches in the 8th inning to retire the only batter that he needed to face. Lyon's numbers on the year, making his 13th relief appearance. Only 4 strikeouts, 8 walks.
He'll face Span, Tolbert, and Mauer here in the 11th inning. Span takes a fastball and strike 1. 1 hit for Span, but it was a big one. On an 0-2 pitch, he hooked a triple into the right field corner to score 2 runs. Called out on strikes his last time up. And he takes 2 strikes. Even Lyon, as you see, can bring it in over 90 miles per hour. Target was inside, and Lyon got it in there for ball 1.
Lyon originally came up with the Toronto Blue Jays as a starter back in 2001. Last year, the closer for the Diamondbacks. Had 26 saves last year, became a free agent, signed by Detroit over the winter.
Fights one off to keep the at bat alive. Pretty good control. He doesn't walk a lot of guys. One and 2 to Span. Line foul. Right over the Twins on deck circle. Everybody appears to be all right.
Took one in the back. How do you get one in the back from that angle? Just a ricochet.
1 and 2. Foul tip. Strike 3. 1 away.
Had a little cutter inside, and Span swings through it.
And that'll bring up Tolbert. Twins ideally would like to get either Span or Tolbert on base. Obviously, it's not going to happen with Span, who struck out, but Tolbert runs very well. It'd be nice to have somebody on base for Mauer. And Tolbert takes ball 1. Tolbert struck out his last time up. Fouled away.
Tolbert walked against Lyon in last night's ball game, and then with Joe Mauer up, that's when Denard Span tried to steal third and was thrown out.
One and 1. Tolbert takes a strike. One and 2 to the Twins' second baseman. Fouled away. Just off the outside corner. 2 and 2.
Yeah, big slow curveball right there. Well, tomorrow afternoon at 12:10, it'll be Scott Baker against Justin Verlander. Baker's going to be asked to go a little bit deeper into the ball game, as Verlander, off to a great start, usually does.
And Tolbert flares another one foul. It would appear that if we have a 12th inning tonight, it'll be Jesse Crane's to pitch. He's continuing to warm up down in their bullpen. Colbert trying to get on base and eventually send the Twins fans home happy. Inside 3-2. Colbert with now 8 strikeouts in the early part of his season and 4 walks. Full count. Right at Polanco. And out number 2. So that'll leave it for Mauer, who has 1 hit, driven in a run, and scored a run here tonight as the Twins' designated hitter. A lot of people want a home run for her birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday to you.
Mauer had 1, nearly had 2 last night.
This game is going so long that Bernie Meyer from Richmond, he's now 93 years old.
And ball 1. Lyon was going to pitch to Mauer with 2 men on base last night, and then the Twins tried that double steal. Up and away.
Yeah, 2 curveballs missing to Joe Mauer.
Mauer's never faced him.
Rally hats are on.
Two 2-0 to Mauer. Checked his swing, but took a strike. Two and 1 to Joe Mauer. 3-1 with Morneau on deck.
All right, just throw him that fastball away and Joe can take it the other way. All 4 of his home runs have been hit to left field on that fastball outer half of the plate.
3-1 to Mauer. And a walk will send him to first and get Morneau to the plate. And Morneau, who homered and singled in his first 2 at-bats, hoping for a walk-off hit. Kadire will hit. In the event Morneau simply extends the inning. Down and in, ball 1.
Lyon has given up a couple home runs this year. If we're thinking that way, in 13 innings pitched.
Lyon has issued quite a few more walks than his history would suggest he would. That's his 9th walk allowed. Morneau got a pitch up and fouled it straight back. Just where Justin likes it. Up and away from him. Hayes piled on some runs. They're still hitting on the bottom of the 7th. They lead Kansas City now 7-1. 1-1 to Morneau. Breaking pitch down and in, and a swinging strike.
A good curveball right there. He missed a couple curveballs with Joe Mauer, but that was a nasty curveball. Good tight rotation.
One and 2 to Morneau. Twins have 21 steals in 29 tries, but Mauer hasn't attempted a steal. Bouncer hit right at Everett. And he'll throw across to Cabrera. So we'll have a 12th inning with Lyon getting through the first 4 hitters in the Twins lineup. And will be Ryan Rayburn, and he'll hit against Jesse Crain.
Well, Jesse Crain making his 12th appearance. He needs a good one here. The last 2 appearances, he did not retire a batter. On Sunday in Seattle against Seattle Mariners, he faced 3 batters. All 3 of them reached. In last night's ball game, a walk and then a home run. A home run, then a walk, and he came out of the ball game.
First pitch popped up, a foul ball, and it'll reach the seats. Strike 1. Rayburn entered the game as a pinch runner in the 9th, and now this is his first plate appearance. It'll be Rayburn, Inge, and Everett, with Ramon Santiago available yet as a bench player. One strike to Rayburn. Laced to right, a solid base hit. And Jesse Crain wondering when something good's going to happen. A solid single to right for Rayburn, leading off the 12th inning. And that'll bring up Inge. Inge in the 9th looked like he wanted to bunt once. Didn't. Ended up striking out after the leadoff walk to Larish. Got foul, and that stung Redmond. Twins need another one of those atom balls. They got one in the 11th. Got one in the 9th. One strike. Off the plate, 1-1. And a check of Rayburn at first. Rayburn, no steals on the year. The Tigers with just 16 steals, and most of those from, as I said last night, Josh Anderson and Curtis Granderson. 1-1. Swing and a miss at the high fastball. One and two. Foul back. Mentioned Crane, the next to last reliever for the Twins. Craig Breslow is out of the bullpen for the Tigers. Perry was used up last night. Nate Robertson would still be available for them. 1-2 to Brandon Inge. Grounded to short. Harris, Tolbert, Morneau, another double play.
Boy, nobody needed more than a double play than that man right there, Jesse Crane.
Talk about Tolbert hanging in, though, too, at second base.
Yep, I mean, a ground ball to Harris. He gets it over there as quick as he can, but you see Rayburn right on top of him, but able to get rid of that ball before Rayburn slides hard in the second.
So two are down. It's the second inning in a row where the Tigers have gotten a leadoff hit, and then the next batter's bounced into a double play.
Yeah, 3 of the last 4 innings the Tigers have hit into double plays.
Everett bounced into a double play his last time up.
He hit that one right back off of Joe Nathan. Remember, it reflected right over to Harris.
Creedy with the 2-hopper. And Crane gives up a leadoff single, but gets 2 ground balls after that and faces just 3 men. And something good has happened for Jesse Crane.
Game ends. We do know
this inning, it's over. Someone's going deep for us.
Game that has seen just about everything tonight. More power. Minnesota with 2 more home runs tonight, now 11 in their last 5 games. Bullpen work that was shaky early has been very good here in the extra innings. One of those nights, Coom, where nobody can get anybody out in the first 9, and now nobody can score.
Well, the story started a long time ago at 6:30 when we started talking about Dontrell Willis. That's what, 4.5 hours ago? Holy cow, yeah. So what an offensive night. 18 runs scored. We're going to look at it right here.
Our Dodge game summary. Justin Morneau hit the first of the 5 home runs hit tonight. 2 by Minnesota, 3 by Detroit. This a 2-run home run that gave the Twins a 2-0 lead. Then in the 6th, it was Brandon Inge off of Glenn Perkins.
Yeah, and these are some pitches. Brandon Inge right there getting a changeup down and away that he just hooked. Dontrell Willis looked pretty good. This ball that Cabrera hit is an absolute bomb. It's the first pitch Guerrero throws, and it takes it deep.
Larish also homers off Guerrero in the 7th, but the biggest blast of the night came in the 8th.
Let me guess.
Jason Kubel pinch hitting.
We were in the press box, and I told you this is a good matchup for us. Fastball hitter, fastball pitcher. 98-mile-an-hour fastball. It wound 110, so that was pretty good for the Minnesota Twins.
We'll break down this offensive shootout here tonight on our Quest Twins Live postgame show. We'll hear from both managers immediately following the game. Dick and Bert?
Hey, guys, I think you should just continue to sit just like that. Keep looking at the camera.
But in reality, we're getting close to midnight, and it's a shame we're not televising tomorrow at noon because these guys could just roll over into Thursday and have our post-game show roll right into tomorrow's pregame show.
I'm ready.
Kadire leading things off for the Twins in the 12th. First pitch. Again, he got a pitch up and fouled it straight back.
Well, Lyon starting his second inning of work. He did walk Joe Mauer, but able to get out of the inning with a ground ball off the bat of Justin Morneau.
And another one fouled back, 2 strikes. Twins have not gotten a leadoff man on like the Tigers have. They got a leadoff man on in the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 11th, and 12th. Inge from deep third. Look at that arm and a great pick at the other end by Cabrera. 1 out. A fine play by both corner infielders.
Well, the former catcher when he was at college, a former relief pitcher. He's played in the outfield. He does have a cannon for an arm, and Cabrera picking it right there on the other side. Very nice scooper.
So now Joe Creedy, who has one walk-off hit here for the Twins, coming up having gone 1 for 5 so far tonight. Fouled back. Creedy with a home run to start the scoring last night. Has a double and 3 trips against Brandon Line. Ooh, how did that not hit him? One and one. Foul down the line, and Creedy looks at his bat handle to see whether it's intact.
Oh, good pitch right there by Lyon. He went right back inside again, and Creedy fouled it off.
One and two. A high drive, center field. Granderson back, making the catch right at the fence. Out number 2. Creedy just missed sending us home.
Well, good swing right here by Creedy. Maybe a little off the end of the bat, and that keeps that ball in the ballpark. Granderson going all the way back, and making the second out catch.
And now Harris. Couple of hits, couple of runs scored. And a hook, missing, ball 1. That's hit to right center field toward the gap. Granderson can't get it, and it hops over the wall for a double. So the Twins get the winning run at second with 2 away. Harris going to the gap in right center field.
Oh, Brendan Harris, when he's asked to play, he's been producing. Picks up his 3rd double of the year on his 3rd hit of the game. A high fastball. Granderson can't catch up to it. It bounces out of the ballpark for a ground rule double. And Rick Knapp, the pitching coach, out to talk to his right-handed pitcher.
Mike Redmond, the hitter, he has 2 hits tonight, and he's hit the ball on the line 3 times.
Now the outfield for the Tigers, Granderson playing very shallow, as Thomas is in right field.
Harris getting as big a lead as he can get. And Redmond takes outside a ball. Again, the Twins have bench players Busher, Punto, and Young, but by taking Redmond out here, if they wanted to, they would have to move Mauer behind the plate and lose the DH for the balance of the game.
Red's going to get a hit right here. In the ball game, Mike Redmond.
1-0. Outside 2-0, and if Redmond does not end the game, Jason Kubel is the next scheduled hitter. They're pitching Redmond away, which is almost pitching into his strength.
Well, they're playing him away too. The outfield.
Fouled away, and Redmond got one he thought he could handle, and the count's 2-1.
Again, Redmond's last home run 2 years ago tonight against the Tigers. Still tonight, 11:30.
2-1 to the Twins catcher. To center field, right at Granderson. And he has to reach up to snare it.
Hit it too good.
A liner to the center fielder, and we'll have a 13th inning after the Twins get a 2-out double from Brendan Harris. And let's go back down to Anthony and Ron.
Thanks very much, guys. The big question now becomes who has more stamina in their bullpen. Each team had to get a few innings out of the pen last night. Now tonight we're getting awfully deep.
Well, we are, and right now Maharis is either going to have to go. We got Craig Breslow, this is the last guy left for our bullpen. To me, right now, you got to go with Maharis as far as you can.
Jesse Crane.
You just don't know how long it's going to be.
Crane's a guy the Twins have got in there right now that you got to write him out a little bit. And Detroit doesn't.
It's getting punchy. It's getting late. Yeah.
And Detroit doesn't have much left either because remember, they burned a couple guys last night. Lyon, one of them, he might be their last guy for the night.
He definitely is. So right now, you're going to go with who you got in there and see what happens. You're just hoping you get some quick outs.
Let's check in with Robbie Ince-Mikowski.
All right, Anthony and Coom, you know, as I look down the bench here, I'm trying to look for reactions, and the guy with the most energy, which shouldn't surprise you, is Carlos Gomez. He's always the guy headed toward the front when a ball gets hit, the long fly out by Creedy, and then again the double by Brandon Harris there. And Gomez here, the biggest cheerleader thus far in the extra inning session here. As I look, Kevin Slowey, R.A. Dickey talking to one another. The energy level seems to be high. One thing I do notice, Delman Young is taking a couple sprints up and down the dugout steps, and in case he gets ready to roll. Of course, he, Busher, and Punto still ready to roll, and the Detroit Tigers down to one position player and one pitcher left. So let's see what happens. We're in inning 13, guys.
And when this game ends, Coom and I will be back with you for Quest Twins Live. As we roll on, Dick and Bert made the comment they'd like to see us just wait until tomorrow's game. We'd be happy to do it as long as those guys make breakfast. And Bert, nothing with any worms in it.
Hey, Bert, tell Peg to send hot dogs down here, will you?
You got it, Coom Dog. I think Peg went home.
Jesse Crane faced just 3 men on the 12th. He'll face Gerald Laird to start the 13th. Laird hoping at some point to shake off a terrible May slump. He's just got one hit in his last 36 at bats, and he averaged down to 205. Hit the first pitch he saw on one hop to Creedy back in the 10th inning. And Crane starts him with a strike. Somehow the Twins have not given up a lot of runs, even though the Tigers have gotten leadoff men on. Now, I say that since the 7th inning. Tigers haven't scored since the 7th. Creedy knocks it down, picks it up, and fires. Good play by Creedy, getting that second hop out of the dirt.
Well, they always say get your face in front of the ball or get your chest in front of a ball, and that's exactly what Joe Creedy did right here. Staying away from the double. That ball bouncing off his body. He bare hands it and gets it quickly over across the diamond. Ball taking a vicious hop right there, right into the stomach area. Creedy staying with it to retire Laird for the first out.
Granderson has reached 3 times. To right center field. No one will catch it. Granderson can fly. And he'll fly around second. On his way to third with a 1-out triple.
Well, it's the last guy you want to see hit a ball in the gap because of his speed. But he hits a fastball right there, right into right center. And Granderson He knows it's a triple from the get-go. That's all he's thinking about right here. As he rounds the bag, he sees that Bernard Span just gets to it, and he slides in safely with his first triple of the year.
Polanco 0 for 4, a sacrifice bunt and a walk. Infield in for the Twins. Ball 1.
Again, Polanco right on top of the plate, so anything inside is going to make him move quickly. Crane trying to work him in. And the ball not that far inside, but again, Polanco likes to crowd that plate.
One and 0 to Polanco. Pounded foul at the plate. 1-1.
It's a guy that's tough to strike out, a tough guy to walk. He likes to go up there swinging. A lot of his hits are like Mike Redmond's hits, the other way, chokes up on that bat.
Backhanded catch by Redmond. 2-1. Cuddyer, of course, has a strong arm in right field. Not going to take that deep of a fly ball, though, to score Granderson from third base. Fouled back over our heads. So a tough challenge here for Crane, with Breslow warming up. But Crane this year, despite the recent problems, has shown the ability to get some strikeouts, and that's exactly what he needs here against one of the best contact hitters in the game.
Yeah, Polanco struck out against Perkins in his first at bat on a slider down and in. Maharis got him on a slider down and in. See what they go back inside again.
And Redmond will go to the mound.
Jesse Crane needs that Mike Marshall screwball right now.
Crane's been working on that slurve, that different breaking pitch.
Yeah, I think it's got to be something hard, Dick. I think
Really?
that slurve keeps those hands back for Polanco. He does a good job, and he'll just slap that slower pitch the other way. I think you have to go hard. If you're going to go up the ladder with him, hopefully he'll pop it up.
Left-hand batting Cleat Thomas on deck. Granderson at third. 2-2 to Polanco. Got it inside.
Boy.
Polanco again hit it right off his knuckles. He did that in his 10th inning at bat.
Very, very quick hands. Guy's a career 306 hitter in his 12th year at the major league level. See him choke up on that bat.
Another 2-2. Pop up short left field.
Good pitch.
Kubel coming in. There's the catch, and no chance for Granderson to tag.
Good pitch right there by Crane. He got back in there again to Polanco. He fought it off, but did exactly what I was hoping, a little fly ball. Went back in there again, and Polanco got the barrel of the bat out, but got underneath it. So a good pitch right there by Jesse Crane.
So Granderson, for the time being, still at third. Rick Anderson to the mound with Thomas at the plate. Thomas with a pair of hits.
This meeting right here, I think, just get him regrouped. He got a big out right there. Now he needs to try to get Thomas out right here because Miguel Cabrera is on deck. Of course, late in a ball game like this, you have first base open, you have second base open. You want to make good pitches right here.
Thomas, the hitter. Ball one. Swing and a miss, and a mighty swing and a miss. Thomas is trying to hit the ball to St. Paul. One and one. Fouled back, 2 strikes.
Well, 3 straight fastballs to Thomas. And all 3 of them have been up in the strike zone a little bit, trying to go over that uppercut swing of Thomas.
Back with the fastball, you try the slurve here.
You're going to go fastball, you got to go hard in on him. Red sitting down and away.
Popped up. Creedy chasing it. And it's 3 rows back. Crane challenging Thomas. Trying to pitch around Granderson's 1-out triple here in the 13th inning.
To me, it looks like Thomas has that little bit of uppercut swing. If you can go up and in on him, maybe get him to swing and miss.
Just outside with Granderson. They called a balk. They called a balk. Granderson bluffed down the line, and Crane did something.
He never came to a stop. He never came to a stop because what Granderson, he looked like he was going to take off. Granderson just like he's taken off right there, and Jesse Crane right here, you have to come set. You see, he did not come set.
So the Tigers take the lead on a balk. And now the umpires will confer. Joe West, I think, summoning the rest of the umpires to discuss something. Maybe just saying, are you sure? And I believe it was the third base umpire, Ed Rapuano, who called the ball.
Right. Now, Gene Lamont might have screamed it out too, but as a manager, you cannot argue a balk. But you see Granderson right here. Now, he's full tilt right there for that split second. Jesse never came to a set.
2-2 to Thomas. And another foul. So a very alert base running ploy by Granderson. Got nothing to lose. Creedy's playing off the line. And a bluff, forcing a balk. One and two the count. And now 2-2. They're going to have a lot of left-handed batters due up, they hope, a lot in the 13th, starting with Kubel.
The ultimate of surprise, and that's what Granderson did right there by looking like he was going to try to steal home.
There's a called 3rd strike. But the Tigers get a triple from Granderson, and the winning or potential winning run scoring on a balk. Granderson tripling and then scoring on Jesse Crane's balk in the 13th. So the Tigers in front. Brandon Lyon will pitch, starting his 3rd inning of work. Kubel, Span, and Tolbert are due up, and if the Twins have their way, Mauer and Morneau will follow. Kubel takes strike 1. Lyon has actually done a better job this year retiring left-handed batters than right, but Nate Robertson is nowhere to be found, isn't even warming up in the bullpen. In the dirt, 1-1.
Well, the only other one was Ryan Perry, and he threw a lot of pitches last night.
Right.
So Nate Robertson, the only one really out there, I'd have to say, available.
And I don't even see him out there. Maybe Robertson is not even here. Tap foul, a breaking ball, and Kubel makes contact. 1-2. The Twins hoping for more heroics from Kubel, who hit the 2-run home run in the 8th to tie it. Twins haven't scored since. That's to right. Down for a hit. And the leadoff man is on. So Kubel aboard. And Nick Punto will run for him.
Oh, good at bat right there. He fought off a fastball in and hit it into short right field down that right field line. Yeah, that's that little cutter right there. And Kubel very quick, opening up and hitting that base hit.
I wonder if it's not that pitch that explains why he's been so effective against left-handed batters.
Well, he struck out Denard Span, remember, on that little cutter in the 11th inning.
And Span will get another look at him here with Punto aboard and nobody out. Beautiful bunt. Span retired and Punto goes to second, so the Twins give up an out. But by getting Punto to second base, they all but guarantee Mauer at least would have a chance.
And then, you get in that situation. If you walk Mauer, then who's following? Justin Morneau. That's how these two guys can protect each other.
Tolbert with a double back in the 3rd inning. Hit it off the fence in right center field. And he, too, getting another look here at Brendan Lyon. Tolbert with the speedy Punto in scoring position. Inside, nearly hit him, ball 1. Oakland beat the Royals again, 7-2. Twins will either be a game behind Detroit and Kansas City. If the Tigers win, they'll be alone on top by a game over Kansas City, 3 over Minnesota. 1-0 to Matt Tolbert. Fouled away, 1-1. In fact, and this won't surprise you, everything else is final in baseball. One and one to Matt Tolbert. To left center field.
Get down.
Down for, oh, what a great catch. No catch.
No catch.
No catch. Punto's going to score. And the game is tied.
He trapped that ball.
An appeal to second for some reason. I have no idea why. Tolbert delivering a hit, and Punto took off of the crack of the bat. It would have.
Well, they went that way in case there was a force out. They think that he caught that ball. It would have been a force out at second base.
Well, third base umpire Ed Rapuano very clear in saying that this ball was trapped and we've got a tie game.
Yep, right there. Very good call by the umpire. Anderson trapping that ball. Nick Punto seeing that it hit turf. And then Punto scoring the tying run. So this game is not over yet.
And here is Mauer.
How about Tolbert picking up another RBI, his second of the season?
Last night in a different situation, obviously. The Twins had an inning end with Mauer at the plate in an attempted double steal. They are going to keep an eye on Tolbert here. Mauer drove in the third run of the game for the Twins back in the third inning. And Mauer bluffing a bunt, taking a curve for a strike.
That's a nice play right there because Brandon Inge was playing back. If it's a fastball, Joe probably looking fastball just to lay it down. We see that from Joe from time to time. That third baseman play back now brings Brandon Inge in a little bit.
One strike to Mauer. And another check of Tolbert. And Tolbert has not tried to steal, nor have the Twins tried to steal tonight. Another curve for another strike. So the Twins tie it at 10.
Well, Tolbert has speed. 7 stolen bases last year in 8 attempts.
2 strikes to Mauer. Ball inside, 1 and 2. Given everything that's happened, Ron Gardenhire pretty stoic. Lloyd McClendon, the acting manager for the Tigers, with Jim Leland ejected. 1 and 2 for the Twins' designated hitter. Little nubber. And Lyon underhands it for out number 2, but Tolbert advances to second. That might result in the bat being taken out of Morneau's hand.
Right.
So Morneau will be intentionally walked here. And Kadire will have a chance to be a hero. But again, any hit to the outfield you would think would end the game, with Tolbert running at second base. So Morneau gets his free pass.
I just went down to the radio booth to see if Nate Robertson is here, and he is here. He's not down in the bullpen.
Knapp coming out to talk to Lyon. In his third inning of work, he's given up a run finally in the 13th. Well, Lyon issued a walk to Mauer in the 11th. This is an intentional walk here. Kadire hit the ground ball to deep third. Inge made a nice play, and for that matter, so did Cabrera, to retire him leading off the 12th.
Yeah, Kadire, one of the hotter hitters for the Twins over the last 13 ball games, coming into this game hitting .381, getting his batting average from .218 to .272 coming into the game.
Tolbert at second, Morneau at first, tied at 10 in inning number 13. Inside, ball one. Lyon delivering a lot of off-speed pitches here, trying to get out of this 13th and send us to a 14th. Breaking ball wide. Now the count's 2-0. Do you entertain the notion, at least, of going ahead and walking Kadire?
No. Not yet.
With Creedy on deck.
Two straight curveballs.
And a time called. Laird will chat with his pitcher. If Kadire does walk or just reaches without ending the ball game, then you've got to force at every base.
Well, you have to think Kadire, if I'm pitching right now, that he's looking fastball. Probably out over the plate. So if I'm going to throw a fastball, I'm going to go in on him. If I get behind, that's fine. I think Kadire's looking fastball away.
It is away, 3-0. And Creedy hoping for a chance here in the 13th. Kadire got a little something in his eye.
Does he have the green light here?
There's the walk, and they're loaded up. So now there is a force possibility at every base, but so a little margin for error now. Wild pitch.
Yeah, right. There's so many more ways to score with Tolbert at third base rather than second.
A balk, for instance.
Yeah.
Creedy singled his first time up. Since then, he's 0 for 5.
Well, he's due then. Lyon has not thrown a wild pitch. And he's going to pitch out of the windup.
Creedy takes up and in, ball one. Lyon has thrown 57 pitches in his outing here tonight.
Normally you do not see relievers pitch out of the windup. They usually just pitch out of the stretch.
On the inside corner, 1-1. And Creedy here at home in front of his new home fans has delivered one walk-off hit this year. One and one to Creedy. High pop-up near the Twins dugout. And out of play. Came inside again. This will be the 60th pitch for Lyon. One and two to the Twins' third baseman. Curve, wallop to left field. Back.
Get out of here.
Gone! A game-winning grand slam for Joe Creedy.
Lyon hung it, and Creedy did not miss it.
The Twins prevail 14-10. He's our Quest player of the game, Joe Creedy.
Unbelievable. Lyon hung him that curveball. He smoked it.
Quest Twins Live starts now with the Twins winning 14-10.